Yo, 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 welcome to tonight's episode of the ZodWriter Show. I am ZodWriter, and with me, as always, is my co-host, Coconut Pete. What's up, Coconut?
Oh, man, it's all good. Just was on a desert island retreat with some friends of mine. We were talking about some music, so I decided to keep the festive name, even though, we're going to be starting some bonfires of our own tonight, I think.
Oh, yeah, it's always fun to do these kinds of shows, man, because I like, because my whole thing is sometimes you just got to say, you're out of here and bye, Felicia. And I love this show because this is going to be that type of show. People and again, this is going to be an open panel show. So we're going to leave the floor open for people who want to share some of their experiences and want to talk about what it's like for them and what some of the processes are. What goes through your mind as a human being when you decide to move on from some YouTubers that you've had subscribed to for a long time. And I can honestly say, Johnny, right off the bat for me, one of the main criteria that it comes to me when it comes to unsubscribing is I don't like to unsubscribe to people. Because usually if I subscribe to you on YouTube, it means that I am, and this is because I've been on YouTube subscribing to people and following people far longer than I've been a content creator on YouTube. So for me, if I subscribe to you on YouTube and I focus on you on YouTube and I actually dedicate time to you on YouTube, it's because I support you and it's because I like you and it's because I want to see more of what you're doing and I like where you're going. And I think that's just a general positive line of thinking that most people have when it comes to YouTubers. But, every now and then situations get skewered where people don't necessarily live up to the positivity or live up to what they were doing as a YouTuber. And you just get tired of them and you unsubscribe. And so there's a multitude of reasons why you unsubscribe from people. And so this is what I want to do. You and I are going to kind of talk about it a little bit, and then we're going to open the floor for people to come on and kind of tell their stories a little bit. So, what do you think in general about this particular topic, Johnny?
Well, I think it's an interesting one, and I think it's one that's honest discussion, especially if you're going to cover it the way I hope a lot of people will. It's like I don't want to. I get it if you're just petty and angry about something that they said, but
Yeah.
there's a lot of people that I used to really watch, and I thought that they were saying some cool stuff, and then they just got popular off of one video and they became a different person and their shit sucks now.
Well, yeah, one of the things I've learned, and one of the things that I can't stand on YouTube these days is when you see somebody who's good, who you followed for years, who you like, and you might even have gotten to know this person through Twitter or through YouTube, or you might have even streamed with these people before. And what I can't stand is you get to know certain people and you start to follow them and you really get to like them. And then they go from being top tier content deliverers and being on the same wavelength as you and as their viewers. And they turn into grifters where all they do is basically they come out and they're basically begging for super chats, begging for money, acting like they're, or when you are, doing comments on the show, you'll comment during some of their live streams, and unless it's a super chat, they won't even acknowledge your comment. They'll skip over anybody's general comment and only highlight super chats and make those people the only people that matter to their shows. And those are the kinds of things that, I absolutely hate. And I've said this, multiple times. I said, if my channel ever gets to a point where I'm popular enough to be able to accept super chats, or I'm getting, or my channel is monetized in any way, shape, or form like that, I'm still going to read everybody's comments. It's important, at least for me. I don't care if my shows go 3.5 hours, 4 hours long. It's important to be able to read people's comments to get the idea of what people have to say, and to make sure that everybody, everybody's voice is heard. Because let's be honest, Johnny, these people are coming to your channel because they want to know what you think about something. They're interacting with you. And if you alienate them by refusing to acknowledge them, or by just ignoring them simply because they're not giving you super chats, or you become, like you said, arrogant a-holes for whatever reason because they become popular. I mean, it makes no sense to me. And I sit there and I say, well, what is the problem? Like, I look at people like, for example, I'll give out a name, a person like John Campea, for example. John Campea, he
was never a cool YouTuber.
I'm not going to say he was necessarily cool, but I'm going to say this: he didn't used to be to the extreme where he is now, where if you ask him a question, if you ask him a question in a chat in one of his shows, he would ignore it just to go for super chats. I mean, he's one of those YouTubers now where he only responds to super chats. If you don't super chat him, you might as well not even bother typing out a question, because you're not going to get an answer, because it's not a super chat. A super chat is all that matters, because that's somebody that's paid to get their comment shown on the screen. And to me, I feel like that's petty, and that's wrong. And I hate when YouTubers do that. I feel like you either do your best to try to accommodate everybody. I know you have to get to super chats because those people paid, but you still want to give, the same respect to all your audience.
You can still prioritize them too. Of course, they paid, so like you got to give them a little bit of song and dance for that. But at the same time, like, at least try to answer a couple of random questions from real people. And they don't even try that. Right.
They don't even try that. The other thing is that you get some of these YouTubers who think that they're so big and they're so huge that somebody will give them a super chat, and they will actually write out and compose their question for the super chat, and basically because they want that question to be read out and they would like that question to be answered, right? You get these people that are so arrogant that they don't even read the question. They'll flash the question on the screen for a brief second, and it'll be for, and what I don't understand is it'll be for some like massive amount. It'll be for some big amount of money, and it'll be, and it's so funny because I have this running joke going with the Truth 31, because we always joke about this all the time, because he brought it up on one of his shows, and I kind of took it and ran with it because it was the funniest thing in the world, and like we still riff off of it to this day. There's this YouTuber out there who's a pretty popular YouTuber, Dave the Film Junkie, and he actually had a situation where a YouTuber, well, not a YouTuber, but basically someone in his chat posted a comment to one of his, to the topic he was talking about, and actually asked him a question. I asked him a legit question, something about the new Batman movie or something related to entertainment. And instead of answering the question, he flashes the question on the screen for a brief, short time, and it turned out to be, it was for $200, and he's like, "Oh, $200 super chat. Thanks, bro." And that was it. He never read the comment. He didn't respond to the comment. He didn't even really acknowledge it. He just said for the super chat, it was exactly that. $200 super chat. Thanks, bro. I mean, come on, dude. Dude just gave you $200. The least you could do is read his comment on your show. Have you become that much of a diva where you can't be bothered to respond to a simple question that somebody asked you about a movie? If that's all you talk about is movies, and you can't be bothered to take a few seconds to step back and say, oh yeah, you know, my opinion on this is such and such, when the dude just gave you $200 freaking dollars? I don't know about you, Johnny, but if somebody gives me a $200 super chat, I'm going to be grateful. And the least I could do is read the comment and respond to the freaking question. So for me, when I see people that have thousands of subscribers or more pull douchebaggery like that, I automatically unsubscribe, because to me that feels like you're just taking advantage of the goodness of your audience. You're taking advantage of the fact that this person actually thought enough of your opinion to donate money to you from the goodness of their heart, because they cared that much about what you thought and they support you, and you didn't even care enough to acknowledge them. You just took the money and blew them off and ran and just moved on to your next thing. And that kind of stuff to me is absolutely atrocious. And there's a lot of YouTubers out there, big YouTubers that have huge followings, that are guilty of that type of stuff. And like I said, you know, that's one of the main things that will get me to unsubscribe if I'm one of your subscribers and I see that kind of stuff, because I've been known to give super chats myself. And when I do give super chats, it means that I care. It means that I'm interested. It means that I want to know what you think. And I know that you're not like me and you're not going to read every single comment that comes through your chat. But at the same time, because I know not everybody celebrates that perspective, but I expect that kind of thing. And yeah, if I were to ever give a super chat that was even near that, I would expect for the very least my comment to be read on the screen.
$200, that's a lot of money. That's almost a full day of my work.
Right, Johnny. That's what I'm saying. You're talking about some good money there, especially, you know, in the times we're living in now. It's like people are struggling. You know, some people are struggling just to find work, struggling just to hold on to the work that they do, and people care enough about you to give you a $200 super chat, and that's how you deal with it. That's how you just blow it off. Oh, thanks, bro. Like at that moment, I don't care who you are. At that moment, you literally deserve to lose a good portion of your subscribers over something like that, because that shows that you don't care about your audience. That's all that tells me. That shows that you don't care. You're so used to getting money. You're so used to getting donations from your subs that you don't care about your audience. You don't care if they're you know.
Well, I will play devil's advocate here for a second. And if it was like some really messed up troll thing that somebody sent you and they were just trying to get you to say something bad or something, you know, that there are instances where that happens. I can understand you having that reaction, but if it was actually like you say, like
it was a legit question. Yeah, no, it was a legit question. This was someone who, in that particular instance, this sticks out to me because in that particular instance, it actually was, you know, a legit question. And he wasn't asking much either. It was just a legit question. Like, it was a question about, I honestly, if my memory is serving me correctly, it was a question in regards to Robert Pattinson in the upcoming Batman movie. And the dude couldn't be bothered to simply respond to that and then give his, you know, and then, you know, basically give the guy his, you know, his due for $200. I mean, are you serious? Let's take a look and see. Speaking of the chat, we got some people in the back that we're going to bring on to join on this. Don't leave, guys. I see you guys in the back. We're going to bring you guys on in a little bit. I want to get caught up here with the chat, and me and Johnny are going to cover this for a few more minutes, and then I will bring you guys in to tell your story, because I definitely like, you know, the fact that this is open panel, and I, like I said, I value everybody's voice. So I'm not gonna, you know, leave you guys waiting too long or anything, but I just want everybody to kind of get a feel for where we are here. And Igor, what's up, Igor? Man, this is Igor with the great hair. Sonia loves Igor's hair, man. Sonia's like, Igor has the greatest hair in the world. By the way, I talked to Sonia. She's doing okay. She was just having some technical issues yesterday, and it was getting late, so she ended up going to bed instead of coming back to the live stream. So that's okay. Igor says this stream is going to be fire. And we got Noel Martin in the chat saying, hey, guys. And we got Rushman in the chat saying the dawn of justice. Well, yeah, that, these kinds of shows are essentially wake-up calls, man. You got to understand, I feel like everybody's time is valuable. And think about it. You could be doing anything right now, and instead you're here, chatting with us on a Tuesday night, over us, talking about whatever topic we're talking about. Because when it comes down to it, Johnny, I got to ask this question: who the hell are we, right? What makes us so special? So if you really,
nobody's given us $200. I mean, that would be the height of everything cool if somebody thought you were special enough to just give that to you, let alone multiple people in the chat, doing that often.
Doing that kind of thing. Yeah. You feel special enough. You're special enough for that type of thing. And you're over here, you're so used to getting big super chats that you just blow people off like it's nothing. Dude, that's like you said, Johnny, that's like half a day's work for some people, man. That's a lot of freaking money to get off of a live stream. I mean,
that's
come on.
Per diem for a day. So man, that's literally like what my company bases like a whole day of my like living expenses coming out to, and like the fact that people are sending that to him, and it's just like, oh yeah, no, like even if he just had a snarky thing to say about Sparkles, like just acknowledge it a little bit. I don't know. I'm with you, kid.
I don't get it, man. I sit there, I see that kind of stuff, and to me, it's just a complete, bastardization of people's faith and time and everything that they put into it when they come to see you on a live stream. It's absolutely ridiculous. And Rushman says justice shall reign supreme. Rushman also put some fire in the chat. Jesse Allen is here. What's up, Jesse Allen? Hashtag release the air cut. And Rushman is here. Yo, Jesse. And we have a living legend here with us whenever I see Jesse Allen in the chat. Jesse Allen has been for many months now. He's been spearheading the release the air cut movement, trying to help David Ayer get his vision released the same way Zack Snyder was fortunate enough to have the fans rally around him for us to finally have his movie released. And that dude Vince says, one YouTuber I'm close to unsubbing from is Cinemassacre, but the truther subreddit makes me not. The memes and karma of farming is too glorious. Well, Vince, I will tell you a little story about Cinemassacre. James, who is the angry video game nerd who runs the Cinemassacre website, who does stuff on there. I know him. He's a pretty good dude. He's a pretty fun dude. He's
really nice to me whenever I talk to him too.
He's always been really nice to me. And one of these days, I'm going to ask him to join me and Johnny on the ZodWriter show for a special episode, because I think that he would do it, because he's a good dude. He's always been really down to earth. He's always been really cool. And I will always like that guy. I will never have nothing negative to say about him. When he followed me on Facebook, I was like, oh my God, this guy is like 100% legit. He's really great. He's a nice guy. He actually opens up to people. And if you ask him a question or you send him a message about something that he does, or you want to know about something that he knows about, or, I remember I asked him a couple questions about his movie that he made. If you guys haven't seen it, it's a really great movie. The angry video game nerd movie about the about finding the landfill where all the Atari ET cartridges were buried, and uh, I don't know. I really like him. He's a good dude. Like I said, I have nothing bad to say about him. I can't, I can't support anybody unsubscribing to him. I think he's like salt of the earth. I think he deserves more subscribers than he has, to be honest with you. He's a good guy. And I so I have to go to bat for him because like I said, I've never had, and that's the other thing too.
And he's a real OG. He's one of the guys that started this fucking site.
Oh, like, yeah. If you like, old video games and you watch the Angry Video Game Nerd, his stuff is hilarious. A lot of his stuff is, tongue in cheek. It's funny. It's meant to be funny. It's meant to be a joke. It's meant to essentially be a parody. So it's not really supposed to be taken seriously on that level, but it is highly, highly, highly entertaining.
Well, plus he started the entire aggravated review style that everybody loves. You wouldn't have Red Letter, Your Movie Sucks, any of those guys. If maybe you would, somebody else might have did it, but like honestly, like Angry Video Game Nerd was like one of the first dudes that was actually just losing his shit, being a psycho about hating something on YouTube.
So I went to high school with Rich Evans from Red Letter Media. I know him too. I went to high school with him. Him and I used to swap comic books and stuff back and forth back in the day. We went to the we hung around the same circles. He was a really cool dude. He was another guy that I really like, and I still really like to this day. He's a good dude. He's a down to earth dude. And I don't always agree with like Red Letter Media and the kinds of stuff that they do, but Rich in particular is a pretty good dude too. So again, I get to a point where it's like, I know, there's a lot of people that I've gotten to know over the years that I stand by. I mean, a lot of people last week when I mentioned we were going to talk about this topic, were kind of coming in hard on my buddy Sil Abdul, and I had to say the same thing. Sil is a buddy of mine. He's a friend of mine that I've known for quite a while, and like I said, I'm always going to go to bat for him because I know these people's hearts. I know that these people have good they have goodness. They're legitimate people. And they're some of the good people, and a lot of times they're just some of the good people. A lot of times they're just misunderstood, and that's what ends up happening in a lot of these cases. So I try to call out, the shenanigans and the BS when I see it, but then at the same time, when you look at somebody, particularly somebody like James from Cinemassacre, he's just a lot of his stuff is just done for parody, tongue in cheek. He's kind of a funny guy. He really has no malicious intent when it comes to dealing with anyone. So I kind of look at it like that.
He spends so much money on that shit. If he really hated it as much as he plays up on his video, he wouldn't be dropping, because some of those NES games that he has, as bad as they are, they're expensive.
Yeah. Try to collect a complete NES collection now and see how much it'll cost you. I watched an entire documentary of a dude who made it his mission to basically try to collect all of the original Nintendo cartridges, the US releases. And he wanted to get, I think there's like 682 of them in total or something like that. And was trying to collect every single one of them. And it was a hell of a journey. And Ralph, James, he's a good dude. So I don't know. Showcast says, hey, ZodWriter in chat. Hey, what's up, Showcast? Good to see you, man. Chubby Teddy Master says, dude, what's going on? I'm sorry, I'm just getting back in the loop with you, Zod. Oh no, Teddy, that's no problem, bro. People fall out of the loop with me all the time. I'm considered controversial in some circles, and there's some people who I thought were my friends who ultimately turned out to not be my friends. So and that to me is another thing that you have to be careful on YouTube. You have to be careful with people that you meet that are on YouTube that have Super Bowl-sized followings on YouTube. You have to be wary of people with Super Bowl followings on YouTube because basically those types of people, if you think going on their channels, going on their live streams is going to help you boost your channel, you're absolutely mistaken. That's not going to happen. The only way you're going to build your YouTube channel and be successful at trying to build your YouTube channel, you're going to have your ups and downs. Like I said, I lose a couple of subscribers every single show that I do. So what it is that you gotta get to a point where you don't care about what anybody thinks, and you just come out and speak your piece and say what's on your mind, and let the chips fall where they may. You can't worry about other people's feelings. You can't worry about what this person or that person may feel, because if somebody has a problem with you, that's a personal problem that they have. It's really none of your business. Your business is how you feel and how you approach something, and you should always make that paramount above all else, how you feel. You should always be mindful of other people's feelings and try not to be disrespectful. But at the same time, you have to put yourself in prime position, because ultimately, these other people that have these huge brands and have these huge followings, and that's the other thing I don't like about YouTube. I consider the ZodWriter show to be a live stream that I do on a YouTube channel. A lot of these people consider what they do to be their brand. They consider it to be a brand, which is a word associated with like a retail product or a retail entity of some sort. And if you're on YouTube as a brand, you're missing the point, because the first and most important thing that you should be thinking about when you're on YouTube is, are you having fun? Are you enjoying what you're doing? Are you doing it for your benefit and the benefit of the people that are paying attention to you? That's what should be important to you. Your viewers should be important to you. I used to hang around with some other YouTubers that would, after every show, would literally talk all types of crap, 12 different types of crap about the audience, about people in the audience. And it used to perplex me. I used to sit there and scratch my head and be like, how can you talk about your audience? Those are your viewers. Those are your listeners. Those are the people paying attention to you. If you talk about them, if it wasn't for them, you wouldn't have an audience. You wouldn't have any numbers. You wouldn't have anybody paying attention to your show. You wouldn't have a reason to exist. So needless to say, I'm unsubscribed to those people as well. I don't appreciate that type of stuff either. I don't think that that's right. I don't think you should talk negatively about your audience. I think your audience is your lifeblood. Your audience is what propels you to be better. That what motivates you to come out and do the best live show that you can do, or upload whatever videos you're going to do, right, Johnny? I mean, it's never a good thing to talk crap about all your guests, about your audiences. It's never a good thing. You should never do that, because those are the people that are supporting you. So why would you shit on your supporters?
Yeah, I hear you. You never want to attack your audience. You never want to fight in the comment section. Like, those are big rules of YouTube. Like, even if the chat starts hazing you, which they will do, you don't get that too often, Zod, but like some other streamers I know that are more irritable, their chats like to troll them, and I can understand, like, kind of cussing at them if they were doing that.
Well, and that's why you have
on here and stuff. Like, I couldn't imagine talking.
Well, and not only that, here's the thing, Johnny, you have mods in your chat for that. So when you have people that are trolling and are getting out of line, you simply allow your mods to do what your mods will do, which is boot them. And that's why I got to give props to some of my great mods, like Baby Girl. A couple shows ago, I was having some crazy issues with some trolls in the chat, and Baby Girl was there to take care of it. Koopy Malik and Katsuka and a few of the people that have been mods for my channel for quite a while have always been there to take out the trash, so to speak. So that kind of thing I don't really worry about as much. I mean, that one time where I was the victim of a major YouTube channel raid, when that happened, okay, that was a little bit of a different, that was a breed of a different kind, which was not something that normally happens to anyone. And I hope if any of you guys are starting a YouTube channel or are on YouTube trying to make your own content, that never happens to you, because that's not a fun experience. And that's definitely not something that you want to have to ever go through with your channel, because that's somebody specifically targeting, trying to pull your channel down. And so I will say this: even people that I've unsubscribed to, even if I don't like if I don't follow your content anymore, or I don't personally support you, I would never wish for somebody to attack your channel or to raid your channel the way that what happened to me. You guys, everybody has a right to do their content, and whether you agree or disagree, it's like I said, it's always okay to disagree, but it's never okay to disrespect. And I find that once a YouTuber that I've been following for a long time crosses that line and becomes utterly disrespectful, I absolutely have no problem saying you're out of here and bye, Felicia, unsubscribing and never looking back. I have no problem with that. And I also have no problem with unsubscribing to people who have totally changed who they were when I started they were when I started watching them on YouTube. It's amazing how many people who, once they passed a certain threshold, the level of douchebaggery and self-entitlement becomes completely unbearable. And that's why I say, when I see that kind of stuff, it's an instant unsubscription. And that dude Vince says, how can I join? Vince, the link to join the live stream is in the description. And we have Chubby Teddy Master, my man here, says, I think I'm done with a angry video game nerd and Mr. H. That dude is a full-on narcissist. You got to remember, again, angry video game nerd, he's playing a role. Chubby Teddy, he's not really like that.
But he's right about Mr. H. Mr. H does look at himself a lot. He used to have a cool voice. Like, I used to like his stuff when he did readings of like Hellraiser books, and he would talk about like the Cthulhu mythos. Like, that really kind of neat voice. But once he started doing pop culture news and was just like, oh, the SJWs are doing this again, it's like, okay, dude, you lost your cool. I was done with Mr. H a long time ago. So like, yeah, but I don't know, like, I'm pretty sure James Rolfe, the angry video game nerd, is subjective, and if you don't like him, that's groovy. But
we're gonna bring him. We're gonna bring him on here. We're gonna bring him on here one of these days, Johnny. I promise, because he's a good dude. He's a down to earth dude, and I honestly could see him coming on here, and I would love to talk to him because he's just a cool dude. And honestly, if anything, I would just love to talk to him about his Nintendo collection. To be honest with you, that'd be super groovy. That dude Vince says, "Oh, I see." At Chubby Teddy Master, yeah, that's who I will bring up if I'm able to join. And Jesse Allen says, can't wait to hear who Rushman has unsubscribed to. Yeah, we're going to bring Rushman and Leroy Kong on in a few short minutes. Katsuka92 says, here we go. Showcast says the super chats or their mods that get highlighted. Showcast says, Campia boo. Campia, the best, the textbook definition of poser. Yeah, what happened with Campia? Yeah, he got too big for his britches really quickly. He's been a bit arrogant since way back in his movie blog days, but as time went on, he just got worse.
He's a full-on diva now.
Yeah, it's not even a joke, you know. He's
like an unaggressive, not funny version of Gordon Ramsay. That's what he reminds me of. He's just like a dick, but he's not funny or like clever about it. Like, Campy is just, I never see him smile. I never see him attempt to have a good time. So how am I supposed to take his word on something supposed to be fun or entertaining or not? Like,
right. I can't. You can't take that seriously, because that should be the number one rule on YouTube. Are you having fun? That's the number one question you have to ask yourself. Because I swear to God, if I stop having fun and I stop loving what I'm doing here, I'll never do it again. If it becomes a chore or it becomes something that I feel like I have to do, not because I want to do it or because I enjoy doing it, I'm out of here. because that's not what any of this should be about. It's like Johnny and I. We have been podcasting together for many, many years, not just here on the ZodWriter show on YouTube. We used to podcast together on a show together we used to do for PSN Radio called The Roundtable. Johnny and I were on that show like every week together, as often as we could be. And literally, it got to a point where it got to be so stressful, and it got to be such a strange and dicey experience that we just completely pulled away from that show. And one of the things that you learn through time, through doing streams with people, and when you learn about people and you get to know people, and it becomes difficult to do, that's when you realize you have to move on from something. When you know that you're no longer enjoying it, you're not having fun, it's becoming a chore.
Dreading it. Yeah.
You're dreading when you have to do it. It's like
you're thinking of excuses for
to get out of it. My lights are blinking. It's raining outside. I gotta clean up dog shit tonight. I gotta do laundry. I gotta wash my hair, and I don't even have any hair. You see what I'm saying? It's like you're coming up with excuses, random excuses not to do something. That's when it's time to move on from it and never do it again. The first time you have to come up with an excuse in your mind not to do something, it's time not to do it anymore.
Well, especially if you're going to do this, because it's groovy that like some people get $200 super chats, but chances are most of us aren't ever going to get that. We're just going to. So if you're not having fun doing it, then honestly, like, step back and maybe try your own thing. Maybe try to find some new friends, or see if a friend of yours that's involved in the other project might want to break loose, because like this is honestly my hobby. You know what I mean? I'm doing this for fun.
Yeah.
Like I'm taking time out of my comic book reading schedule. I could be watching Nicolas Cage movies right now. I got lots of possibilities, but
right.
But I enjoy doing this. It's something that's cool that broke me out of my shell, because I used to be kind of social when I was younger, and then I moved to the country and I did construction work where there was nobody around, and I really got social anxiety problems, and I was shut out. So when I started doing podcasts with Zod and Jackal and on PSN and stuff, it really, really helped me become kind of a social person again. And yeah, and I really just enjoy doing this. I don't care if anybody ever really listens to me or watches me. It's just I'm talking with one of my friends about some funny shit most of the time, man. Me and Zod, we cut it up about Mortal Kombat, video games, and we're talking about people that upset us on that we donated our time to, because they were interesting at first, and it's a really sad thing, because I found a couple people. There's one guy I used to watch, Punk Rock NBA. He used to kind of help you franchise your channel. He was a punk rock kid that went to college, and now he's he's got a master's in business, and he's trying to help people kind of sort that stuff out for their channels. And he had really cool video essays that made up his channel mostly. But then he did this one video where he did commentary on pop music, where he kind of defended Britney Spears or somebody. And then all of a sudden, that's all his fucking channel was. The neat thing that brought me to him, like, just got completely pissed away because he saw the Ching Ching the one time, and his channel's huge now. People fucking love Finn McKenty, but like the guy really dropped in quality, and I completely left him after that. And that's kind of how you got to be, man. Like if somebody brings you to something and you like it, and then they completely change it, that's I don't know. That's what gets me to.
I mean, I understand why people reinvent themselves, because every now and then, things change, and if something isn't working for you, or something isn't going in the right direction, it's natural to make some changes, make some adjustments. But my problem is when you do a complete 180-degree switch on who you were, to where you become almost a completely different person.
Make a
and not
completely different content, yeah.
yeah.
Like, he went from doing shows where he kind of was like, okay, so you kind of got like the angry punk rock thing going on. Okay, what you need to do is you got to come up with the cool ass logo like your band, and it was really cool information. And then next thing you know, all he's doing is defending Billie Eilish, telling you you're not a real punk rocker if you're not listening to Billie. And I'm just like, the fuck are you saying, Finn? That makes no sense. Unsub.
He's saying that because he's, you know.
Wow. Yeah, Zod has a mouse that has a button that self-destructs his internet, which is pretty funny. So that's probably what happened. It closes down his whole thing. So, oh, he's back already.
That's where
Cool.
the money is. Yeah, no, I had a little issue there, but yeah, no, that's where the money is. That's why. That's again, people get addicted to that, you know, to that YouTube cash. They think because they're, you know, their channel's monetized, they can say whatever they want, and then they don't care about their audience anymore. But we're gonna go ahead and bring in some people here who've been waiting patiently in the back. I'm sorry to have kept you guys waiting. We were just Johnny and I were kind of getting our initial thoughts out, but now I'm going to open the panel up for you guys to come in. And Showcase says, pay to talk to me on YouTube. Yeah, that's the mentality of a lot of these people. But we're going to bring in Rushman, Larry Kong,
Yeah,
and
right.
that dude Vince. Welcome, gentlemen. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good actually. Yeah. Thank you for bringing me actually. So yeah.
Thank you for your
Okay, well
time.
we're gonna start. I'm gonna start with you, Rushman, because I
Okay.
know a lot of people have been wanting to hear what your
Okay.
thoughts
Yeah.
on this particular
Okay.
topic
Okay.
is, and who
Yeah.
and
So
what where you're at. So
first,
go ahead.
like, I'm gonna talk about two sides of YouTubers. First YouTuber I'm gonna talk about. To introduce him, we actually need both the rays of the Snyderverse. I'm meaning to introduce him, we need Ray Fisher and Ray Potter actually. I'm talking about Point Excel Lounge actually. Enosh, I mean. He's like one of the first people I was like sub like regarding the Snyderverse. But you know I subbed to him because like he was a cool dude, like talking about things that I like, like I like comic books, like superhero stuff. So yeah, he was. But what happened was, I'm still not saying that he is a bad dude or something like that. He's still a cool dude, and I want him to succeed in both YouTube and in his personal life. I want him to flourish. But why I unsubbed to him? It's because he ended up becoming a fake, which he is actually. And why he's a fake person, I think it's because he did an interview with this dude called Jeremy in Geeks and Gamers. He ended up calling himself the leader of the Snyderverse. Not the leader, but one of the leaders. And I called him out. And what he did was, instead of saying that, he actually used used some words not he actually, it's a mistake of using words. He actually said that he defended himself and said that he is right actually, because leader means someone who represents something. And I was like, what, man? It's not actually. A leader can be a representative, but a representative cannot be a leader. They're both different things actually, because a leader who leads, that's the point. And I showed him like the definition of a leader. It has came from like 14th century of English, old English, and it has the same meaning. And yeah, he's saying that, yeah, but he says in the sense of the church, because he's a pastor. So he says that in his church the leaders means the people who serve, but it's not the point. That it's
Yeah, that isn't
Snyderverse is
church.
not the
It's
church,
yeah, exactly.
right?
Right.
The language shouldn't be the same, right? We are not from the church. We are not. So he talks all this bullshit, and I'm like, okay, man. So that's like one point because I unsubbed to him, and the second one was, he's like, he uses his like connections to Ray Potter and Ray Fisher to justify his own words. For example, like his every show he advertises Ray Fisher and Ray Potter, like announcing his channel. It's more like that, come sub to me, come watch my show because I'm friends with them. It's dumb, man, using like celebrities which you got from connecting to a Snyder, like, it's dumb. And the second thing is, he justifies his own actions through Ray Fisher's statements. Like, for example, like, there was a time, like, the new Hamada verse or the new DC films that are coming. There has been a tension in the Snyderverse that whether to support these new films or not. So he's someone who is supporting them, and he first used Ray Fisher's statement that Ray Fisher once came to his stream and said that yeah, he's gonna watch The Flash because of Ezra Miller. But remember, uh, Ray Fisher said that because he was on a stream, and it's not always to go negative on a stream, like on a live show. It's not that. So he said that he's gonna watch that. So he uses that the Ray Fisher will watch The Flash, so it's good to watch The Flash. But then again, few days later, what happens? Ray Fisher comes to a show or some kind of a convention and says that he's not gonna support any of the DC films. Now he changes his tone. He says he supports the Hamada verse just because his wish. So why he used that thing for the first place? He used Ray Fisher's statement for his own benefit, for his own selfish reasons. That's what bugged me. And the third thing, what actually Enosh did, which was the most dumbest thing I saw, was that we all know there is this good or the angelic side of the Snyderverse. What was that? He wasn't part of that. He was never part of that, and that was one of the reasons why I subbed to him. And 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 there are friends of mine who are actually very close to that angelic side of the Snyderverse, and I have no problem with that. But what Enosh did was he this is like really funny because I really followed his channel, and what happened was I saw his wife being friends with the nerd queens or the nerd witches. I forgot the name actually. So then what happens? Enosh popping in and out on their conversation of that show called League of Mayhem. And after that, she's really good back and forth going in tweets. And after that, he's like getting interviews from Dave Batista, and they're really close. And I'm still not saying that he's using, like to get interviews to be good friends with them. My problem is when not the Nerd Queens actually made a very racist remarks, and I am a person of color. I'm from like South Asia, so I'm a person of color. So I can understand when something is racist. So they made a racist remark regarding the new film that is coming, the Army of Thieves. There was a racist remark they did. Everyone was calling them out. The one guy who, like, went there and defended them was Enosh, and he did that unjustly. And this is what my problem is. He has just sold his soul and has become something else, which he wasn't. He is now the leader of the fandom. He is like, he wants success because everyone wants that. But the point is, he also tries to be like, pretend he's the good guy. He's the, like, the guy who is like, and another thing, what happened to that Jeremy's stream, uh, he once said that a YouTuber needs to have uh, a kind of uh, uh, a preparation, a kind of facade. Then Jeremy asks, "What's your preparation to for a show?" He's like, "I try to be myself." And my point is that that's what exposes Enosh. That how can you have pre-plans for a show when you are actually being yourself, right? Strategy. How can you have the strategy can be being yourself. Having a strategy is very different. Is calculations and stuff like that, and being yourself is very natural. One is very authentic and natural. Another is very robotic or very very uh, unnatural. So mixing that up tells a lot about you. How you put the mask on to attract your fans. And another thing, he has a group of friends with him, and who gangs when someone disagrees with him, they gangs upon him. The gangs upon attack him. Like you can have a conversation, but attacking someone is not good. This was one of the reasons why I unsubbed Enosh, and that's one of the reasons. So yeah, thank you. I'm gonna share another story, but I'm gonna give chance to others, I guess.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for sharing your story. We're going to move on now to Mr. Leroy Kong. What's up,
Hello.
man?
To be honest, I was just pausing through and saying hello. You know what I mean? I was saying hello, just said that all your live streams are great. You know what I mean?
Thank you. Thank you.
I tell you the truth, I have 988 subscribers. I don't reach 1,000 subscribers as yet.
Yeah, you're almost there, man. But you do some good content, and you're always very respectful to everyone, which is something that I always have appreciated about you, man. So what's your take on this topic?
Well, but to be honest, there are certain YouTube shows I went on, but sometimes when I made good comments on their channels, they mute my comments. They like it's like they mute my comment. I don't see my comments come up on the screen. You know what I mean? I never make bad comments on any of them. You know what I mean? I just let it go. I don't let it get to my head. You know what I mean? I just move on. You know what I mean? Because I know better. You know what I mean? Certain channel like they just ignore my comments. I don't know why they do it. I don't know. Some of them judge me wrongly, but
some channels, and that's what I've always said. Some channels don't read everybody's comments or don't show everybody's comments. And if I don't read everybody's comments, like for example, like right now, if I'm not reading everybody's comments because I have a panel and everybody's talking, I at least try to show everybody's comment on the screen so that people's comments have a chance to get, to get seen. And see, that's the thing I don't understand. Like, why, unless somebody is being disrespectful or being rude, then there's no reason to really ignore their comments.
Yeah, but no, a lot of them judge me wrongly because they're judging me. They're watching who I talk to. I tell people, don't watch who I talk to. Watch my behavior, and I'm always well behaved. But they are watching who I talk to. Don't judge people by who they talk to. You know what I mean? Judge from my behavior, because so far my behavior is good. I never disrespect anybody or anything. You know what I mean? But some of them have their mindset because an individual they don't like, they think that me and that person are the same, but we are not the same. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? You understand?
Yes.
But don't judge me wrongly. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? You have good people out there, you have bad people out there, but don't judge me wrongly. You know what I mean? Because I always be respectful, and I always enjoy what I do. Today I post some videos earlier today because the day was boring. I make some, short videos just for fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and again, there's nothing wrong with that. That's that's very positive, and that's a good thing. And that's why, it tends to be a situation. That's another thing that a lot of people, I think, have an issue with, where they'll give a comment, and if they give a comment and then you ignore their comments, or you disregard their comments, or you purposefully don't show their comments, and again, they're not being disrespectful or anything in any way, then they feel alienated, and then hence that leads to eventually getting unsubscribed, that kind of thing. And I think that's one of the things that people are, that's another thing that people are really bothered with. And Baby Girl here says, "Hey Zod, I won't stay for long for reasons I won't say, but just wanted to say hi and list who I unsubscribed from: Chris Wong, Film Junkie, and Garza." Well, thank you, Baby Girl, for coming to the stream and for listing your unsubscriptions. That's cool. I hope everything is. I hope everything is
The Holy
okay with
Trinity
you.
of bullshit.
Yeah. I was just about to say. I'm like, I mean, my God, you, Rushman, you just nailed it on the head. The Holy Trinity of bullshit. There you go. Well, in that instance here, we're gonna go to last but not least right now to that dude Vince. What's up, man?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah.
All right, cool. Mine said a massacre, but I wanted to clarify that it has nothing to do with like James on a personal level.
Okay.
It's the Screenwave people and how they've kind of pushed him to do like all this stuff that's not AVGN related. And he gets a lot of, like pushback with it. And like right now, their big thing is this podcast that isn't really, it's maybe getting 5% of his subs to watch it and mainly only generating memes from it. And I'd have to admit, I don't really watch a whole lot of YouTubers.
Uh-huh.
So, and I mainly only subscribe to like you and people like I found through you and other people around you. And so I haven't really unsubbed from many people except random, reviewers and stuff that I couldn't even.
Well, I appreciate being one of the people you subscribe to. I always love your comments. I always love you coming in and saying your piece. You're a great guy, Vince, and I'm glad you're here. And this is, and I mean, that's fair. That's a fair reason for wanting to unsubscribe. Because again, that all fits the criteria of what Johnny and I were talking about, which is when you start off as one thing and then you become something totally different through the course of your YouTube career. And that's what happens with a lot of people. And we've got another person in the back here who wants to add their list to the list. The Flicks, what's up, man? Good to see you. What's going on, brother? Are you with us? He might have stepped away or something, or had bad internet or something. But it's going to be interesting to get his takes. But I honestly, Showcast says here, these guys are gatekeeping dictators. We're adults. We're not their kids. We can talk to anyone we like, judge on behavior, not on who someone is hanging out with. Yeah, that's the other problem. That's the other problem. Yeah, that's the other problem. You're guilty. You're guilty by association. You can no longer be associated with these guys because you're friends with these people over here, and I don't like these people. Therefore, I'm going to blacklist you and treat you like crap because I don't like who you're associated with. It's like what it's like what Leroy is saying here.
I'm saying, yes.
Judge me based off of who I am and what I do. Take what I say on an individual basis. Treat me as a person, as a human being. Just because I may have things in common with somebody you don't like or somebody you don't agree with doesn't mean that I can't have a meaningful friendship or relationship with you. It just means that I happen to share some views with some people that you disagree with. One has literally absolutely nothing to do with the other, and you get all of these groups that essentially become like these little cliques that think that they're the ones who are, again, they're gatekeeping, and they're essentially telling you who you can be friends with, who you can't be friends with. And if you're friends with these people, we don't want anything to do with you.
This angelic side they pretend they are the good guys, and but the best part is they're always antagonizing the other people. That's the saddest part.
Yes.
And to get connections, you have to get to them. And it saddens me when your favorite YouTubers go to this group of people and lick their legs just to get interviews, and to get,
it's all about their 5 minutes of fame is what it's all about.
Yes,
they all want that. It's all about that access to celebrities. And like I've said before, I didn't get into this because I wanted to be able to, for example, get Zack Snyder on my channel. Would I like to talk to Zack Snyder?
Exactly.
Oh yeah, that would be cool. But that's not the reason I'm doing this. If I'm on here,
doing that.
Right? If I'm on here because my sole purpose is to get Zack Snyder on my YouTube channel, then I should quit right now. There's no need to. Why are you acting like that? And I understand what you're saying, Rush, about how some of these people feel like the only way they can get to, just for an example, Zack Snyder, is to go through these gatekeepers who think that they control everything when that's not necessarily the case, and that's not how it is. What's up, the Flicks? Are you with us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can hear me well?
Yes, sir.
I bet. I just want to say thank you for having me on the panel yet again. You touched on so much, but just even on the Zack Snyder joint, and I'm outside, so let me know if I need to step to the side if you hear a lot of other people in the background. Right, but like I said, I was a fan. I'm a fan of movies first, and I didn't look at myself as a fan of Zack Snyder per se, even though I love most of his movies, and I don't really hate any of his films. To be quite honest, I feel like all
I'm
of them.
sorry, Flicks. We're having a difficult time hearing you, so I just wanted to
Can't
let you
hear it.
know.
Hold on. Let me step off to the side. I sound better. I sound better.
Yeah, a lot better. Yes, sir.
Oh, I bet. I was out and about. Now, what I was saying was that I started off in the Zack Snyder stuff because I actually like movies, and it just so happened I happen to love his movie, his vision. So I kind of led with that. If I come in with a all about Zack Snyder attitude, what will happen is I might, let's say Zack Snyder does make a bad film, I would be apt to not say, nah, this was weak. Even though I'm still a fan, it's weak. It doesn't mean I hate him. It just means I didn't like that film. It just so happens I happen to like all his movies, even like especially the Snyder Cut. My point being is that once people get wrapped up into, they're not really sure what they're in it for. Like if you hear on YouTube to talk about what you love, good movies and stuff like that, I think you'll actually hit the target. But if you're here to get access, then what you're gonna find yourself is, and you might end up finding yourself in, is when you start talking to certain people, you start looking at the algorithms, and you realize you become just like the industry you purport to say you don't like. A lot of these guys say, "Oh, I'm raging against the machine," but you just created an echo chamber and a little small net, if you will, on YouTube of people doing the same thing that you argue the industry to go against. You don't have no principles. You're playing the same game. It's just that now that you got access now you want to block people out, yada yada. Like i.e., I remember someone hit me up. I was with the Snyder thing way back then. And it's funny, someone hit me up on Twitter, was like, "Oh, we might do an open panel with for I think it was DC fandom." Now, if you go to my channel, I got like next to nobody. My shit's like tumbleweed, but I still put videos out because I like this shit. But my point being is when I say, "Yo, I'm not a big YouTuber like that," I ain't never heard nothing from him again. Now, can I get mad? You can easily feel away, like, damn, man. Like, but at the same time, I also understand it's business. Once you get caught up in the business, what you want to go to my channel with like 11 subscribers for, if you don't want the big pool of people in, eventually it becomes a business. And once it gets industrialized as such, then everybody starts doing what to work the algorithms. So when you got a slow news space, you're gonna pull some shit out the sky and make a whole fucking video out of something that was the minutia of life and hype it up to make it more than what it needs to be, because you know these are the videos people like. I'm seeing a YouTuber I actually like, and he's kind of doing that. And I'm like, yo, bro, like I watched your video and you basically said nothing. But I know what you're doing. You're starting to look at the numbers, these quick vids, you're throwing it out there saying it's hot takes, hot hits, hot takes. And guess what happened? You start noticing your algorithm is percolating. And what also percolates is you get all money and it gets monetized. People, and I can't get mad. It's the lore of it. But then us YouTubers got to understand is when you get into that world, you start to realize what you're really in it for. If you're not trying to do your little regular job, you're going to try and do whatever it does to keep the algorithm percolating in your direction. That's why you got all these other people doing all of these different types of videos that you, if you really pay attention to it, it's like, that's not even that deep. Like, even some of these people, I remember two YouTubers went back and forth, and it's so funny. Hate watching is so funny, man. But I used to watch some hate watches. They just entertain me for some reason. I'm part of the problem, I promise you. But one person happened to say that she didn't even look at the video. She didn't even watch the movie she was shitting on. And she didn't watch the movie she was shitting on, but she shat on it for mad long. And it's like, wow, why did you do that? Because you get money off of it. People come to you to hear you shit on movies and you just come back. You're not a real spokesman of of the art form of movie making or nothing. No, you're just a hate watch channel. And I can't knock it. That's how you get your bread and butter. That's how you get it. It's something that someone said,
We chokers.
a rapper said a long time ago, and I'll leave it here. They said, you'll know who your people are, not when not when you have nothing. When you have nothing, everybody's all together and good. But when you get something, and let's placeholder it with its success, then you know who your real people are. Because then now if they notice they're getting access, you notice the energy starts to change. You notice the direction of the channel changes a little bit. And I don't know if I could all the way knock it. At this point now, you're just doing business.
I think what happens ultimately is people forget, no matter what, ultimately that they're just, all they are is just another YouTube channel in the millions of YouTube channels that exist. My thing is, when you take it seriously to the point where it becomes like that, where it becomes a business, and you forget all about your subscriber base, you forget all about what you were, what brought you to the dance in the first place, and what got you into doing what you do, and now you've become something else because you think you're forwarding a business. I mean, a lot of these big, you see rises and falls of big YouTubers all the time. And the reason why you see that kind of stuff is because they lose sight of who they are. They forget who they were when they started, and they become this fake persona that they never were meant to be to begin with. And Showcast has a good point here. He says it's high school behavior, which makes me think that they were probably the popular kids in high school who bullied people. Certain behaviors don't change. It's like you are who you are, and essentially, getting famous doesn't suddenly make you a better person because you became internet famous. It just means that more people are listening to you and are valuing your opinion on a particular platform. But just like anything else, you can gain it and you can lose it just as quickly. So that's why I've been to the point where all I see it as is a YouTube channel. It's just another platform for a person to express themselves. If I start getting to a point where I start taking it seriously, like it's a business, or there's groups of people out there that think that their YouTube channel is a quote unquote brand. Well, if you start treating it like it's a brand, then you're not having fun anymore, because now you're just trying to use it as a way to profit from it financially. And when you start doing that, and that becomes the only motivating factor, it's totally lost what made it important to people in the first place.
Yeah.
Add one question, or not. Well, I don't know if it's a question or maybe a statement. I guess the thing is can you monetize? Because there's nothing wrong with monetizing if you do something good and you do it well. But it's a fine line between doing what you can to jerk the algorithm off, or can you still sustain, like, be you, the same person you came in to be, talking about movies, talking about good you like.
I know lots of guys that are sustained by Patreon, actually, because Google AdSense and YouTube monetization's bullshit, but like their fans actually sustain them, and it's like a huge community that they have where, like, certain people pay $5 and they get to have a call with the guy, and they get artwork or whatever the guy does. And yeah, dude, there's a lot of really happy, really kind of positive YouTube communities where people make some. They're not like making PewDiePie or Logan Paul money, but like the guy's clearing about maybe $2,000 a month off of his Patreon, which isn't bad for doing something as a hobby. You know what I mean? So you can do it, and you can stay yourself, and you can have a positive community with the people you actually care about, who care about what you're doing. But you have to do it on something like Patreon, where it's tight knit. You actually are still communicating on a daily basis with the people who are paying you.
Oh.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
yeah, because when you depend on on YouTube monetization, YouTube has all kinds of rules when it comes to monetizing too. Like you can I meet all the requirements right now. As of right now, I meet all of the requirements on YouTube to get my channel monetized, except for the subscriber base. I don't have a big enough subscriber base to monetize. You have to have I think you have to
1K.
have a thousand subscribers to be able to monetize your channel. Otherwise, all those other things, even if you meet all the other requirements, you cannot monetize your channel. And subscriptions are, subscribers are fickle when you tell people the truth, because a lot of times people don't want to hear the truth. They want to hear what they want to hear. They want you to stroke them and tell them what they want to hear. And when you don't do that, you don't maintain a consistent subscriber base. So I sit here and I say this to Johnny all the time. I'd rather have the small subscriber base that I have now and never be monetized than have to sit there and sell out my principles just simply to make certain people happy. And that's unfortunately what a lot of groups and a lot of YouTubers have done. They basically sold their souls for a little bit of money off of something that was supposed to be a hobby. It makes no sense.
Another thing is if you get big, it doesn't matter if you make the greatest content, the most positive content, just made from God content. If you put it on YouTube and you're huge, there's going to be a huge majority of people that just show up to shit on you regardless. And yeah, that's why I like having my small little comic community on my channel. And I'm kind of rubbing shoulders with your guys' community when I'm on Zod show, because it's you guys can get nasty here and there, but all in all, it's a pretty positive little community you guys got here, and it's tight though. That's what you got to admit. And yeah, if you get big, that goes away, and you get the deluge of haters that just hate you because you're big, and then you have your. It's weird. Like this whole YouTube situation is made to drive the creators insane. Like some content creators, I think that changed really big time. I think that something actually finally broke them, and they became a different person, because this platform is not made for you really to succeed on
I
unless
think
you're
it's the
big.
money. I
Yeah.
think money does that.
I'm not going to let anything just get to my head. I'm still going to be normal, same way.
Money, yeah, but see, the thing is, even money, you're not. I mean, once you become monetized and you get a little big and you're getting a little bit of money from YouTube, you're not making that much money where you're gonna sell where you're literally selling out, where you become a corporate. That's what I don't understand about a lot of these people. Yeah, some of these people are monetized and they're getting super chats, and like I mentioned earlier about Dave the Film Junkie, getting $200 super chats and just blowing people off. It's like when people do that kind of stuff, it's like you're not being gracious. You're just being a dickhead. And that's basically all that's basically.
Oh no, not because it's more of you being
Most
exactly
people,
who
it's
you
very personal.
are.
We have to care about that. No.
So you're saying it's like they're being who they were to begin with.
It's just an old philosophy, and I'm not taking any shots at Dave because I fuck with his channel. I haven't watched it in a little bit, but I fuck with his channel. But I will say this, and that's why I said the expression from before. Money kind of makes you more secure to be exactly who you always were. When you have like if we ain't got no money, we in the street. You could be tied to me to my hip because you ain't got nothing and I ain't got nothing, so we both need each other. But guess what? Now, if I got a bunch of paper. And what up, bro? How you? If I got a bunch of paper, I might kind of curve you now because I got bread. I don't need to be around you no more. But when I ain't had no paper, I was standing next to you, joint to the hip, because that's who I was then. Yeah, that was who I am when I have nothing. But when I have money, it makes you know who I really am, what I really think. Because then now, if I got bread now, that same person that was joint to the hip of me when we had nothing, and you see him still next to me, I ain't changed. Money just made me more of who I already was. But if you see you just completely no longer joint to my hip no more, And that guy's still the same person he always was to me. That says who I really was. I was just waiting till I caught I caught the first bite of the apple. I was waiting till I got my first purse. Now I got the real money. I don't want to be around you. I'm looking at you like you're a peasant. That's just more about who I really was on the inside. That's why, like, there's some people that look out for you. It's old hustle. People will give you this, look out for you, whatnot. It's not because they really care. Watch the comeback. I put you in a place of what I would call when you feel like your obligation. So now I put money in your pocket and all that. Now you obligated to me. So when I come to you and I need a real favor that you normally wouldn't do, you're gonna do it for me. You know why? You owe me. That's who I really was the whole time. I wasn't feeding you because I cared. I fed you because I need you right next to me. Because when I need you to go do something, I'm gonna need you to go do it. I need a favor back. So that's what I'm saying. Some people, it takes time to really know why people do what they do. And I'm not knocking, and this is no shade to anyone in particular, but sometimes when money is introduced, it kind of, even on yourself, might let you know who you really are. Because when I have a
Yeah.
bunch of money now I know who I really am. If I'm different, I'm kind of curving my people. I gotta look in the mirror and be like, why did I do all of that shit? Like, what about me? What am I doing? And get
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You put it perfectly. You broke it all down perfectly. That's exactly what I'm saying. It says more about who you are as an individual than anything else. Really. I mean, it's the truth. Like you know, and I mean, but my thing is, if this little YouTube buddy that these people get can be enough to totally
Zod, can
change
I
them,
share something
then that's who
funny?
they were. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what happened that like these creators or these YouTubers, they have this problem. Once you are really close with them or you watch their shows, and what they want from you is that you will support them no matter what, even they are wrong. If you don't, then like, you were my friend, you betrayed. They will act like that. Let me give you a pure example. So you remember the Justice League motion comic, right?
Yeah, how could
So
we forget?
yeah, so what happened was when the Justice League motion comic was happening, or it just started, or like news are coming, and things are one or two images that got released. The controversy hasn't started yet. It's just before that. So I was one of them who was not in support of uh, the motion comic. So, and the people behind the motion comic, I mean, the four nerds, they were very close. I was very for example, Andre, Dawson. I was very very supportive of them. I used to go to the channel and watch the things. So that was the thing. So I wasn't supportive, and I was very vocal about it. And I was vocal about not a very extreme way, but I was pointing out why I don't like the idea. Let me tell you why. What was my points? My first point was that like some things are incomplete better. There are a lot of classics, that those things are really incomplete, and they are itself beautiful in that way. Okay, you don't need to complete that yourself. For example, let me give you this example. This beautiful like thing from the the middle age, the Canterbury Tales by this poet called Geoffrey Chaucer. It's incomplete. No one ever tried to complete it, and it's beautiful in that way. It's bittersweet in that way, because the bitterness comes from it never got to be complete, or and the sweetness comes from that.
Hello.
Yeah, it exists now. Let me tell you uh, uh, why I said it was a bad idea. For example, uh, 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 the motion comic, it was done by those people who were not professional. Okay, so I was really you know careful about it, that some people who never worked in these kind of things, they are doing it. So they might fuck up, or they might have trouble with it. So I was very cautious about it. And the second thing that cautious me is, for example, uh, uh, the famous painting of Mona Lisa, by Da Vinci. So just imagine, Da Vinci made it like half-ass, like half of the painting he could complete it, and he couldn't for some reason. And after some years, his fans, because the painting is beautiful, half-ass it looks beautiful, but some of the fans thought of completing it. Okay, the fans are not experts in doing it, but they're thinking of completing it. Okay, and if they complete it, how that will look? You remember that picture in hmm, internet running, that a picture of a horse, like half of it is beautiful, another half of it looks newish. So that will be what it will turn out. And now that is what is happening with the Justice League motion comic, because it was getting a big news, and the name of Zack was attached to it. If it was fucked up, the name of Zack will be ruined. That was my one of the biggest concerns. And my second concern was that they were acting like that they were doing something great to Zack. No, man, that's a fucking lie. Because you don't do. Man, Zack is bigger than you people. Every way, his name is bigger than that. You guys are not doing any, service to Zack. Rather than you're using his name. Like, so now it's fun part comes in. My third point why I wasn't supporting the Justice League motion comic. It was that, they are talking about that they already have the blueprint. I mean the storyboards, but the storyboards are like the skeletons. They are just skeletons, and you still you will need to add some other things like dialogues and actions. We know where to go. You know the map. It's like a skeleton. You will need to eat the meat and other things to make it is a living being. So the storyboard is there, but the point is we still don't know what would be the meat of the story. Still don't know about that. So what was that? They were recreating. Mark my word, recreating those meat uh, from their own mind. So that is itself not representing the original idea of Zack Snyder. It's more or less the bastardization of his idea, because it's not his real idea. And now let me tell you. So if remember, it's a it was going to be a cow. So we just have the you know uh, what the skeleton as the storyboards. That is the original one. We don't know what is the meat of it, because we don't know what the dialogues were, what will be the between the things, and certain things we don't know. So what we do it from ourselves, and we add chicken meat. I'm not saying that chicken meat is worse than beef or something like that, but we are adding something different to something else. So it is became something alien itself. It's not being what it was intended to. So that's why I did not support it. So then my next point was that uh, you know they were saying that they were doing it as a fans, but that's the duality of it. I don't like that. So let me tell you something from that. This famous philosopher, his name is Plato. He says this is when you do something, your soul identity becomes what you do. For example, Zach is a fan of Superman and DC characters. But when he is working on those projects, he becomes the director, the sole creator of those projects. I will judge him, not him being a fan, but him being a worker or a director of those things. So goes with same also with them. Yeah, I know they do not have the budget of like millions of dollars, but I want that to be good, because their sole purpose is not, oh, as a fan, so we can fuck up because we are as a fan doing that. We do not have that capacity to do it better. No, when you are doing that, your sole responsibility becomes to give me the perfect thing that you can achieve. That's the point. So they were, so I pointed out these things. So what I got was, I got literally trashed by Dawson from Nerdin Minis. He literally trashed me. He literally told me to fuck off. He literally kicked me out of the group. There was this uh, group chat of the Snyderverse people. I was a part of it. He literally kicked me out of that group and blocked me, told me to fuck off. And the fun part is, in the end, he told me I was acting like an asshole. I was pointing out why I don't like my idea. I have my rights to talk about my opinion, right? Right, Zod?
Well, that's what it is. Yeah, when you say your opinion around people that are part of a clique, and they tend to
Dawson
believe one
literally
thing,
marked me as
they
an
literally will
asshole.
mock
He
you
kicked
and
me
will do that
out of the
and
group
accuse you
and blocked me
of
and
playing.
made me look like I am the culprit. And guess
Yes.
what? What happened the next? They fucked up. So wasn't I right?
So it ended up
Wasn't my concerns were right?
you were speaking your mind, and you were saying what was on your mind, and you still ended up and you
And
ended
now,
up being
God, this
right
is
in
the
the end
karma and the
anyway.
funniest part.
Yeah.
After I get trashed, after I get kicked out of the group, the next thing what happens, my words come out true. They actually prove to be newbies. They copy the artworks and they try to, do things in the wrong way, and they get caught. So wasn't I right at the first place?
Well, a lot
Wasn't
of
it
it
true?
is
So then
it's
I got marked as
sensitivity
an
and
asshole.
defensiveness. Yeah, it's
And
sensitivity and defensiveness.
and one of the biggest reason me to them unsubbing was not only that I would have still subbed them because they started blaming the fans. The fans are acting like an asshole. I haven't seen a single fan acting an asshole or attacking them. All they did was they were asking for answers. Why they were copying every fucking single that image that came out. Everything was copied. If you have, and they were like trashing the fans. Even I remember one of the streams of Andre was that they trashed the whole fandom in that whole stream. They blamed the fans for them. The project got cancelled and stuff. But remember, this is the funniest part. The next day, when the real news comes out that it was the Warner Brothers who did not allow them to the project, then they changed their tone and they, oh, we didn't know. Then why did you blame the fan for the first place?
You know
You should
why?
have waited for
You
your
know why
statement,
though?
right?
You know why they did that? You know why they blamed the fans in the first place? Because that's what Lightcast told them. Lightcast was making it seem like it was the negative backlash that was killing the
And now,
project.
then the
Lightcast was the
point.
guy at the top. That's
Now,
the
my
reason.
point is
Yeah.
why I didn't like that. Why they have to listen to Lightcast? Is Lightcast is their boss? No, they brought Lightcast to the project. Lightcast did not brought them to the project.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
But
I
listening
agree.
to Lightcast is the dumbest thing they can do. And my point is, the phone arts acted like that they didn't know nothing. They do not have anything to do with this project.
Of
Everything
course.
was done by Lightcast. But the
Yep.
thing we have to remember, phone arts brought Lightcast to that project. So if Lightcast has something to be blamed of, the phone arts are equally be blamed of what they did. And that's what I said, and I got trashed, and I'm the villain in the end. That's the funniest part.
Yeah, yeah.
So thank you. That was
I
the funny
sympathize.
story I wanted.
Man. I sympathize with you completely on that whole. I think that's a big, that's a big thing. I sympathize with you completely on that. I know what you're going through, and I know what that feels like to be ostracized and to be pushed to the side by people that you respect and you trust and you think they're good and they have good intentions. I know exactly how that is. So yeah, man. I mean,
Thank you, man.
unfortunately, I've totally been there, and I've been in your shoes on those kinds of situations on a few occasions with people like that. So I know exactly what you're saying.
Thank you, man.
And dude, it's a terrible thing to go through, but at the end of the day, it's kind of vindicating at the end when you find out that you were right the whole time. So that's
Exactly.
that's the other
I laughed the ass off. Like it was so funny that when I came out right, it feels good
Well,
actually.
yeah,
But
you did.
in
You
the end,
did
it
come out
feels
right.
bad too. I'd say it's bittersweet because I did not want my friends to be wrong either. I want them to be understanding, even
Right.
though we may not agree with things, but we should stand together, right? Maybe
Oh,
in
I
different
agree.
sides.
Right. I
But
agree.
so
It
I
is.
felt bad too. It felt something. Like yeah, I was right all the way, but in the end, my friends were wrong.
Well,
So
you have people that you have people that were taking things in a different way, and and we're doing things, and you have to remember that the people that were doing that project had all of the pressure on them because again, this was their project. It was something that they chose to do. It was a bag of worms they chose to open, and that's what you're going to get from it. If you can't take the heat that you're going to get from something like that, when your artists are literally copying Jim Lee's work panel for panel, you're going to have a big problem. And when people call you out, it's not cool to sit there and trash the people that are calling you out. All you have to do is answer the questions and own up to what you're doing. So that was my biggest problem with the whole thing. But what ended up happening, and this is what a lot of people don't realize, is you were right. They did bring Lightcast in, but Lightcast ultimately was the director of the project. So he had more control than other people did. So he was the one handling the issues that were going on between WB and all the stuff that was all jumbled and all messed up, and where there was all like these wires crossed and stuff. It was all that was Lightcast handling that on that end. The everybody else was more involved in like the creative end of like the actual project, and getting the voice actors together and doing the art and all that kind of stuff. So that's one of the things that it is. And when people are coming at
who brought Lightcast should be responsible or should be conscious of everything.
I agree. But
for example, if Warner Brothers brings James Gunn to a project, and Warner Brothers are always concerned what he's doing, even though maybe they're giving him a chance to do what he wants, but they are still concerned about, because it's in the end their project. Because if something gets bonkers, not only James Gunn or the director will be blamed, but whose project it is, they will be blamed too, right?
But what? No. But what happens? What happens though? Under every movie situation, what does the studio do if a movie fails? Even though they hired the director, they blame the director every time the movie fails. So this is what happens when you bring in Lightcast as the director of the project, and Lightcast is the one handling all that stuff. You're going to blame Lightcast because all of those responsibilities are falling on Lightcast. Do you understand that? That's what the whole situation was. That's what the reason is. And so, right or wrong, it starts at the top. You have to look at where, who's in control of what before you judge. And the reason why everybody else underneath was getting so defensive is because they didn't want to be implicated and they didn't want to be accused of stuff. So that's what that's all about. It's all about, you don't want to hear you don't want to hear it when somebody is holding the mirror up to you and asking you questions that are directly related to decisions that you actually made. So that's where that all comes from. And Kongs R Us is saying, what are we talking about? What's up, B Kong? We're in here talking about YouTubers and why we unsubscribe to certain YouTubers and what goes into that thought process. And that's pretty much what this whole show has been about, really. Papa Brad's Gaming says, I wish a new car would be sweet. Papa Brad's Gaming says hi to B Kong. And Cylon Scotty, what's up, man? Cylon Scotty, I want to say to you, man, I hope you didn't take my that show that I did, that ZodWriter Live from the Couch, where I kind of sided with Soldier Boy. I hope you didn't take that too seriously, because that show was me. It was me trying to be lighthearted and just trying to see it from a different perspective. I know that Soldier Boy kind of is doing some stuff that's goofy. I know you can't necessarily believe everything Soldier Boy says, but the thing is, man, I know I remember you had made a comment on that video, so I just wanted to kind of just briefly address that with you. He says, hope everyone is well tonight. Love you, Zod. I hope life is good. Everything is going okay, man. I mean, this is kind of a therapeutic show for all of us up here. We're just all kind of getting some stuff off our chest tonight. It's always good to do these kinds of shows. Showcast says, let's say it for what it is. that side of the fandom is hardly diverse. You notice one side is very diverse and the other side isn't, and they are the ones who attacked Fiona, an Asian person who founded the entire movement. You are exactly right, Showcaz. That is a
I agree.
beautiful statement. And if I hadn't already pinned something else you said tonight, I would have pinned that, because that's a good comment, man.
I agree with this.
Did that
So
really
Kaz
happen?
is really talking
They
the truth.
really came at Fiona?
Oh yes, they have been trying to discredit, that side of the fandom has been trying to discredit Fiona for forever. They've been going after Fiona. They tried to label, at one point they tried to label Fiona as a racist.
And the funniest part is they are the racist. I still remember Nerd Queens actually putting a racist remarks, and they still did not say sorry for that. They're saying that it was misdirected. It
Oh yeah,
wasn't their side.
everything with them, everything on that side of the fandom is misunderstood. Everything.
And the funniest
Everything on
part
that
was
side
that
is misunderstood.
Inosh
Oh yeah.
came out and defended them. And what Inosh said, let me quote down. I still remember. If a white guy teaches a person of color about racism, then the person of color has lost his way. What was that, man? You will not decide what I find offensive. You will not, because you are a white man, right? Or you're a different person. Your lifestyle and my lifestyle is different.
For real. I mean, what's the problem here? I've always wondered about that. It's like everybody who is a person who's either a person of color, somebody who's Asian, somebody who's black. Yeah, we're all the villains. All of us, we're the villains, right? We're the ones that are villains. But all the people,
Yep.
the fair-skinned witches of the fandom, they're the ones that are on the right side of everything. They're the ones that are always righteous and are always in it for the right
Because
reasons.
from them, because that wrong news is there. That from them you can get to Zach. Oh my God.
That to me is like I've said on several shows, that to me is complete BS. I've been interviewing celebrities longer than some of these people have even been doing anything on YouTube. And I could tell you right now, if I wanted to get Zack Snyder for an interview, I would know exactly who to go to. And I'll give you one bit of a hint here. I wouldn't have to go to the Nerd Queens to talk to Zack Snyder. I'll tell you that right now. It's ridiculous to me. People act like, like those people are like Zack Snyder's spokespeople. And well, why don't you just ask Dave the Film Junkie? He's talked to Zack Snyder a few times. Let me ask you guys something. How many times can Zack Snyder appear on the vodka stream before it's no longer special for Zack Snyder to appear on the vodka stream? I mean, give me a break, for real.
These YouTubers think they're higher than the normal fans because they have a YouTube channel. They are serving Zach through the YouTube channel. But the reality is different because they are gaining from Zach. They are using Zach's name to get followers. Because just remember, all the channels who the hell they were before this movement. Even this day, 90% of their viewers are Snyder fans.
Oh yeah. And if they're not talking about, and I've noticed that too, if they're not talking about Zack Snyder, their views are trash. The only thing people go to them for is because they want to hear them talk about Zack Snyder. And I've made it very clear that my channel and the content that I do is not all about Zack Snyder. This is not the Zack Snyder podcast. I talk about Zack Snyder every once in a while because I'm a fan of Zack Snyder and his vision and his work, and I think the man is a wonderful person, but I'm not going to sit there and talk about him every single week on every single show. If I did that, Johnny probably wouldn't be here with me every week. I mean, come on. It's like dude, you gotta have diversity in your content, and you got to be willing to talk
they do not have that thing because they only have watched 20 films in their whole life. That's the point.
Yeah.
So that's the saddest part.
I mean,
Their
Johnny,
taste is not
Johnny,
diverse like
Johnny,
you.
what do you think about that? There are some people out there that they're one trick ponies. The only thing they talk about is like the one topic, and that becomes boring after a while.
Well, see, the thing is it's that thing that caught though. It's the thing that got them the 100,000 views on a video type of thing, and they want to try to ride that out because they don't know if they're gonna ever spark that again, and that's kind of a tragic thing because you get stuck in a wheel. I guess you could say it's a lot better than being like a rage YouTuber, getting famous for that. But like being a person that only kind of covers one little tiny piece of media and a little tiny corner of a vast fucking universe of media to talk about, yeah, you're gonna get boring faster than you could say God with your mouth open.
Yeah, for real. And Showcast says, and the people that these guys have issues with all happen to be on the diverse side. The optics don't lie, and it's a disturbing yet predictable pattern. Yeah, absolutely. You see how all these people come out. All these people come out, and they all have every single one of those people. Showcast have something negative to say about Fatal J. Have something negative to say about Abu Nas. Have something negative to say about me. About anybody who's not white. If you're white, they don't have a problem with you. And let's just be honest. That's exactly what it is. It's a form of racism, and I'm sick of it. For real, it is a form of racism, and that's
one of
kind
the
of
people who screams that they support like Ray Fisher are actually supporting this racism.
Ironic. Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about that. Oh, come to my channel because Ray Fisher wants me to support the Flash movie. Oh, come on.
Oh
really?
My God,
really? So
bullshit.
Ray Fisher wants you to support.
And the moment Ray Fisher says that he's not supporting the Flash movie, he's like, it's my wish that I will watch the Flash. What the hell, man? Now, what the hell right now? Then why you are using Ray's name for the first time?
But isn't Ray Fisher like also pushing the Flash film as well? Because I mean, you gotta also understand Ezra Miller. That's the guy that he worked with before. I'm not saying that they're best buds or nothing, but I think he's also pushing the film. I just think he's standing on the square.
He is not actually. Recently, he has been in a convention. He was asked that does he support the Flash film. He said he does not support any of the Hamada-verse films. He exactly said.
Why Hamada? I never understood this. This is my thing, man. And I fucks with Ray Fisher heavy, and I fucks with people that have their belief systems and they're not wavering. I never understood what his issue was with Hamada, and I understand a lot of people got a lot of issues.
Because Hamada called him and said that he should not attack them, like kind of that.
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you? I mean, my thing is this: Hamada wasn't there for any of the Zack Snyder stuff at all. There was actually.
Oh my God! You don't know things.
Hold on, let me
Hamada was not there, but he supported those people later when he came.
Wait, hold on. Can I finish my point? Hamada came. There was a regime before Hamada, before the regime that actually did all of this shit. Remember that guy got caught up in this? I forgot his name, but he got caught up in a sex scandal and he left. Hamada came in after the fact. Now he came in specifically. Yeah, Kevin Suzahara. Yeah, now Hamada came in as that was actually a promotional deal, and they said, you know what? How can we economize our business? Basically, bring down the cost of production, but also kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like make the movies basically for cheap, in layman's terms. Now Hamada comes in just like how Zack Snyder came in. He had a job to do what you want from me. He's trying to do his job. I didn't understand why people hate him specifically when Hamada, as I know, and maybe I don't geek out enough, and that's what's up. But I've never heard him say
let me educate you on this matter. I got your point.
No, hold on. He has not said anything specifically to anything. He's been just trying to basically be a company man, which I can't not. If you're a leader,
no, he's not.
You've been elevated to hold on. Let me
you are taking it in a different direction. I'm really sorry.
I don't think you even know where I'm going if you just follow where I'm going, because I'm almost done. What I'm trying to say is, if you're promoted to a position in a company that's your job, this is the direction we want you to do. This is why we got you this job. Is there anything wrong with you implementing what you were told to do? And the reason why you were brought there to do it? I don't know what came in. I gotta clean up this mess and also still be a company man about it. Why should me personally, I don't know what he would apologize for had he done. He had nothing to do with the shambles. Now, if you're mad with him because he didn't apologize for a bunch of stuff, I'll be honest with you. I stand on my square. I don't know how to apologize for some shit that I ain't do. That's just a fact. I just came in a clean house. I'm doing something.
You don't know what happened actually between Hamada and Ray Fisher. You don't know what happened between them.
Very specific.
Hamada actually called Ray Fisher and said that don't attack Jeff Johns, leave him free, but attack Joss Whedon. We are with you. So isn't this something very fishy? Isn't this something very fishy, man?
It may be fishy, but if you don't know if it's fishy, that doesn't mean that I'm gonna make a whole Taliban against Hamada off of something that smells.
Oh my God, you're not getting it, man. They are saying to leave Jeff Johns out of it. They are literally, Hamada is like defending Jeff Johns, man. He literally called him up, man.
All right, so even if he's defending Jeff Johns, I'm sure you defend. I got homeboys, they could be dicks. Like Jackie, man, I ain't gonna tell you no front shit. Or
Can you
even if
repeat
he's
it, please?
working in the business, hold on, can I just finish this point? Even the matter, let's take the friendship out of it. Let's just talk business. If I'm in a business and I gotta square things off, and he's somebody in the company that has a certain title that I have to do business with, I'm gonna try and square it off. You know why? Because it's my job. I'm not friends to none of these dudes.
So if your job is to do unjust thing, then we're gonna come against you. That's what it is. You are just justifying something through that. It is his job. No, that's not what happens, man.
What's more justifiable than that? So how
does not happen, man. This is unjust, man. This is unjust. And unjust things to be.
Okay, guys. Okay, Leroy, you gotta go.
Yes,
All right, man.
Thank you very much for joining us. I wish you got to say
thanks for,
more.
Yeah, thanks for coming, Leroy.
I got to post my bed shot. I have to go to work tomorrow.
All right, man. All right, Leroy.
Thanks for allowing me alive, and thanks again.
Thank you for coming.
All your lives are great.
All right, man.
All your lives are great. Yes.
I'm not trying to raise no arguments or nothing, but my thing is this. I'm
take care then. Take care. No, I said take care. I have to leave you now, so take care.
I'm sorry.
Great show. All right.
Yeah, I'm not trying to spike nothing up, but I think it's an honest question. I was with the Zack Snyder movement because they didn't allow him to do his job, and every time people kept pressing him to do something else, they keep moving the goalposts. Like, well, we want the Justice League. Well, he goes, revamps his script just to.
But the problem is when your job becomes saving a racist. That's the problem.
I just want to finish my point before you answer, so you know what.
But you're going nowhere, man. You're just repeating the same shit again and again.
Then never mind my brother.
Okay. What we want to do. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Flicks, you can go ahead and finish what you're saying, and then when you're done speaking, then Rushman, you can respond. Go ahead, man. Flicks. Go ahead.
And this is what I'm trying to illustrate is if Zack Snyder came in to do a job and he tried his best to do his job, and people intervened, and this is what we fought for. I wanted to see his vision. I'm not in the business of wanting to see Hamada, but if Hamada's in the same position, how do I look like flipping against my principles off of this is his job? Now, I can't get mad at him for doing his job. He had nothing to do with the debacle. He didn't sit down behind the board and say, let's just go fuck over Zack Snyder's shit. Now, anything that happened maybe after that might got a personal because people been putting his name onto stuff. But my thing is this. He came to do a job. Now, if he's trying to get I wasn't there with Jeff Johns was doing, even though I think he might have did some sucker shitting behind the green. That's how I felt from the information that I got. Even if he's saying, yo, I want you to dead it between X, Y, Z, well, I don't want to dead it. Well, what do you want him to do? He came to do a job. like he's not going to quit his job and his livelihood for an actor that he don't know like that. Now, Ray Fisher may feel like it's that serious for him, and I'm not knocking it. But then that's when decision as men, we just make those decisions. I just don't know how Hamada became the devil. I just don't know. You have to tell me what he specifically did to become the devil in this, that he did to fuck over Zack Snyder, to fuck over Ray Fisher directly, to fuck over these movies specifically that he came in to do. Otherwise, I just see him doing what any other person would have did had he got the job. You have to be diplomatic. You gotta build bridges. Sometimes you can't build those bridges. Sometimes you might have to build bridges with a dickhead and a good guy, but that's my job. That's all I'm saying. I don't see nothing negative in that. I just could put myself in somebody else's position, just like I did with Zack Snyder, and I felt like I wanted to see his vision. I'm not saying I want to see Hamada's our man. I'm not losing my I'd rather go back to the Snyderverse. But he got hired to do a job. And I don't know how to make him the villain. I don't know. That's it.
Now let me educate.
Okay,
you
go
about it.
ahead. Go ahead, Rushman.
What happened was Ray Fisher he talks about openly that how Jeff Johns and Joss Whedon mistreated him, and he puts allegations, and it's official way he approaches, a lawfully way he approaches. Then what happens? A shady call from Hamada comes to Ray Fisher. I mean, Hamada calls to Ray Fisher and says, "Dude, please leave Jeff Johns. He's our dude. We know he is racist. He's an asshole, but leave him. But do the shit with Joss Whedon. We don't care about him. Put him in under the bus. We don't care. But please don't go after Jeff Johns." This was a direct call from Hamada, and this was reported by Ray Fisher. And let me tell you, what just or honest is this when your job is just to defend a racist just because he's from your company? That's not justice. That's not honesty. That's just some low grade shit. It's like gangster thing, that my brothers, they can do the shit, but I'm gonna defend them. And yeah, I can respect him that he's doing his job, but his job is unjust and dishonest, and and unlawful, and I'm not gonna support that. If that is wrong, I'm gonna talk about him. That's the point. What is Ray Fisher and we are fighting for? So Hamada comes is here. He tried to save Jeff Johns. That's the point. And you are not making sense, man. Just because his job, he's trying to do his job, but his job is not just. It's not lawful. It's not just there. It is unjust. So that's my thing.
First off, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how it did not make sense if you understood what I said, but I'm not going to go back and forth on you.
You're not making sense, man. You're not making sense. His job is shady. If his job is trying to protect someone racist, then that's the problem, right?
But hear me out, brother, because I don't think you know racism like I know racism. So we're not going to do that. What I will say is this: you have to tell me what Jeff Johns did that was racist, because I don't know that. Clearly, if I didn't know that and you heard what I said,
you don't know that he threatened Ray Fisher. You don't know that?
Ray Fisher based on race. You said racist. I'm asking you. Tell me what is racist. That's
okay.
it.
Let me tell you.
What
happened was.
Hold on. I just want to make.
Let me tell you.
You went out of your way to say I make no sense. So you explain racism.
You don't make sense, man. Let me tell you. Don't come in between when I'm explaining something. Don't come in between. Just listen first. Then you'll have your chance to speak.
Does anybody got anything to actually talk about YouTube here?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask.
Yeah, we are talking about YouTube. You came here like defending Hamada, man.
Well, I don't know how Hamada got brought up. It's been a long time, and
all I said was I didn't understand it. You could have just explained to me what racism was. You made it personal by saying you don't make sense.
Do you know what happened? Do you know what happened with Ray Fisher? Do you know?
Do you know,
brother? Do you know
really
exactly what happened?
brother. I told you,
What was
maybe I'm.
reported by Ray Fisher? Do you know that?
So you have to tell me what's racism. That's why I said you have to tell me. You kept throwing this. You. You made
So
it
that
personal.
means what the actions were taken by Jeff Johns were not racist. Tell me that first. Then I'll gonna explain to you. Yes or
No,
no?
you told me he's racist. You
No.
have to. You bear the burden of proof. I said I
What?
already
I told you racist.
understood. You just said he's racist based on what? Tell me what was racist. That's
Do you
it.
know what happened to Ray
Dude, I
Fisher?
know what racism looks like, brother. You really
What?
don't know. I know what racism look like. So you
You are
can
not
tell
making
me.
sense, man. You're not
Uh,
making sense, man.
Rush, he
Now
wants to
I
know
just don't
he
understand.
wants to know what Jeff Johns did that was racist. Like, do you have
Okay.
an example
So
of the
does he know?
racism?
Oh, so my question. So if he answers a question that, do you know what Jeff Johns did and Joss Whedon did in the,
No, he does. He doesn't know
regarding
what
the
Jeff
shooting?
Johns did. That's what he's
Okay.
asking you.
Okay.
He's
Okay.
asking you
Sorry.
what Jeff Johns did.
Okay. So what was happening in the, like, in that shooting? What was happening was that the writing of Cyborg was very much personal to Ray Fisher, because he was writing it with the writer. I mean, I forgot his name. Chris Terry. Yes.
Chris
So
Terrio.
what was that? So then comes Joss Whedon, because Zach got out. So then what happens is that, like, Cyborg gets a catchphrase. All those other characters, the one character gets a catchphrase. Who gets the catchphrase is a black dude, and that's offensive. He gets angry with that, and he does not want to, you know. And then what happens was that he has problem with Joss Whedon and think that. Then what happens? Jeff Johns once, like, asks Ray Fisher to his room and threatens him. And remember what? This new Doom Patrol show, there's a new cyborg gets casted, like casting happens, a new cyborg comes in, and through that, actually, Jeff Johns actually sends a message, an official message actually, from him to Ray Fisher that, I can kick you out. So you know what happened? So that's what happened actually. That's what uh, uh, Jeff Johns did. He threatened him to kick him out just because he doesn't wanted that catchphrase. Because all of those characters, even Wonder Woman has a catchphrase, even Batman has a catchphrase, even Superman has a catchphrase, Flash even has a catchphrase. Who gets the catchphrase? It's a typical black dude, because black dudes get to have that, yo man, those catchphrases things to happen. And that's offensive, man. I'm a person of color. Maybe I'm not a black dude. I don't come from that region, but I can understand how he got tagged by them, because in that way, man, that was unjust, man. So yeah, thank you.
That's
That's my point.
that's racism. So that's racism. I'm gonna just my last comment on that is this. Look, bro, I am black. That's all facts, all cap.
Okay, that doesn't.
And I'm not talking about. Hold on. When I say cap, I ain't talking about cap. Cap as a new slang. I'm talking about all capital letters. You feel me? And one thing I will say, because I don't like bringing race into stuff,
Okay,
but
like, the point is, if you're black, you cannot be dumb. Oh my god, that's the weird thing, man.
now you throwing dumb in there. See, this is where we're
No,
going to stop, and I don't want to do that. I'm trying to talk to you as a man to man. And
you're
I'm
not
telling
understanding the
what
fact,
I'm saying.
man.
I don't understand. I don't know what racism is. I don't. You want to tell me I don't? Like I don't want to have. I don't want to get personal, brother. So let's not
And
even do that. Let me just
oh,
tell me. Let me
another
just say
thing I
this.
just remembered.
One
Have
thing.
you
Let me
watched
just say
that
this one.
show Krypton?
Krypton. I haven't watched Krypton yet. No, but I know
Okay,
there's a
so what
black
happened
guy.
was, in that show, why I'm talking about that Jeff Johns is an racist, because Jeff, in that show, there is this girl, I forgot his name. She came out actually. What happened was, in that show, uh, about, like, black people's, like, hair, hairstylist who was black, she got mocked because of her views on a black people's hairstyle, because John said that he knows better than her. So you get the point, right?
I don't know about. He says he knows better than black people. He knows better than Kryptonians and what he's trying to do with Kryptonians. I want to be very clear. very
Oh my
specific.
God, Kryptonians
Oh my
are
God,
black.
nothing.
They're black people in
I'm asking a very,
Kryptonians. You know that?
the reason why I'm
Do you
saying
read
that is
comics,
if
man?
you're
There are
if,
black people in
yo,
Krypton.
bro, I read comics. What I'm saying is that if you design an alienation to look a certain kind of way in the comics, if
Okay,
you
like
want
it
to
come.
have that,
Oh
and you
man,
will
do
look,
you know that
and
people cannot create
okay,
out of the blue? Do you know that how creativity works? It comes from inspiration from real life, man. You cannot just, oh,
my
no,
brother,
it
you
doesn't
really
happen,
don't know
man.
my pedigree. My brother, you really don't know my pedigree if you want to talk creativity, but I want to keep it in a respectable place.
You're not making sense, man.
Saying
You're
this,
just
I get what
defending a
you're
racist
saying.
dude.
I
I'm
get
saying,
what you're
oh, I
saying.
am black. That's not what the
You
point
won't be.
is, man.
All
You
right,
That
all
doesn't
right,
Hey,
give you
guys,
hey,
guys,
hey,
guys.
hey,
Okay,
liability
we're gonna
my
move
brother.
on from
to be like right.
this
Come on,
now,
man.
guys.
hey,
Let's be
Guys,
You're not
respectful
making
here.
sense, man.
One thing you're not gonna
Raj.
do is I'm defending the racist. You're not gonna do that with me. Just don't do that. You don't know. Like, don't do that. Please
You
don't
don't
do
know
that.
either,
You
man.
really don't
You don't
know.
know either, man.
No,
Don't
no,
get
no, no,
heated, man.
my man.
Don't get
You
angry, man. I'm
so
saying
please.
what is right,
No,
man.
no,
That is
you
what
really
seems,
don't.
man. You're just
No,
defending.
no, bro. Have you ever been called a nigga before? You don't know. Don't talk. Don't go there with me.
Don't get angry, man. You're sounding
Don't
funny, man. Just
just
understand
say
what I'm saying, man. You're just
go
getting
there.
angry, man. That's not.
No. You've been trying to make it personal, and I've been trying to talk to you
I'm not
like a
making
friend.
it personal, man.
You called
You
him
I'm
really
just
dumb.
getting
pointing out
personal
what
with me, my
happened, man.
brother.
You're just saying a dude
Good.
is doing his job, but when his job is to defend someone who has done something wrong, then that is a
My
problematic
point.
thing. But you're
Cool.
not
It's cool.
understanding that.
No, clearly you're
And
not
you're saying, oh, I'm
understanding
a
me.
black. I know better than you.
Well,
No,
I
man,
know,
that's not the point.
now you know better than me. So you know what? That's what's up, my
No,
brother.
I'm not. I'm
See,
not saying I'm better. I know better than you either. But the point is that cannot
Can I
be the point that, oh, I am a black dude, so I
can
know
I
better.
say
No,
this?
that cannot happen.
I just say this one point so you don't overtalk me. Even Zod and the other gentleman, I forget your name, with all due respect, he even inserted that clearly he doesn't know. This was a part where you were supposed to educate. And this is where the problem is. I'm gonna bring it right back full circle to YouTubers. Because you come off like a YouTuber. You come off like the YouTubers that you don't like. You got a person that sat back. If you listen to me, said, I'm not a geek on everything that's going on, but I pay attention. And if I didn't know, in absence of knowledge, you were supposed to present education.
I
Do that.
actually
No,
told
no,
you
no,
what
no, no.
happened.
This part. I will finish this part because Zod had to jump in with his mans and them. And no disrespect to you, I lost your name right now, but he had
that's
to come.
Johnny.
Johnny, yeah. And they said clearly he didn't know. Clearly he doesn't know what information you had that made you so impassioned. So and we sat back and let you kick your sauce, spill your sauce, brother. We're gonna sip on it. We put the bread on it. We're gonna stock it up. To be honest, other than the other thing you told me about, which I will look into about the Kryptonian joint. If you talk about Booyah, I knew about that. I'll be honest with you, I wasn't on the same par with Ray Fisher, but I understand where he was going with it. I felt like he eased a little too extreme there, but that's my personal preference. But at the same time, I still feel how he felt because I know what he's talking about. I don't know if that was the fight to have had over Booyah because Booyah was before you were even there. And if you want to get the fans on par, fans kind of wanted to hear that. Do I agree that they should have said it or not? I don't really know. I don't really give a fuck. I didn't come up off the cartoon with that small cartoon where the Booyah came from. Because if there was an issue with Booyah, it should have been handled then. It should have been handled then. The reason why
Well,
Booyah is associated with Cyborg is because it's been around since the cartoons that kids grew up on. So as marketing would do, as MCU would do it, they do what they can to get the people to sit down and go watch these films. So I want you to say Booyah. Well, I don't want to say, well, I gotta say the Booyah line. We want you to say it. And he probably felt a personal way on a racial, and you have a right to how you feel. My thing is there's so much gray with that because it's not like they just wrote that line for him for that day. That line's been attached to Cyborg for quite some time, way before Ray Fisher was even casted. And if there was an issue with the line, it should have been addressed then. Now we don't know if the line was begotten out of racism or if it was begotten out of, hey, it's a cool line to say, like Cowabunga. No one doesn't say nothing about that. No one says nothing about the Nickelodeon Ninja Turtles where they say, yo, that's my ninja. I know where they're getting that from. I'm from the neighborhood, bro. I know what you switching that up on, but that's their way of doing it for the Ninja Turtles to be cool. No one said nothing about the Ninja Turtles saying that and what it implies. Because
Okay,
we know
can I add from that?
we
No
know
one
what
said
they're doing.
Dude,
there. That doesn't
he
mean you
is not
cannot say there.
even close to being
That's
done.
not the
Let him
point,
talk,
man.
Rush. He's not even close
Okay,
to
man.
being done. Let him finish.
No, all I was just saying, I want to leave a cap on it because I want to get long-winded. I didn't want to change the energy of the conversation. And bro, I ain't trying to beef with nobody. I don't come on this channel to say stuff about no other YouTubers or nothing like that. My point being is a lot of YouTubers, because they get romanticized by, like, I'm with Ray Fisher all the way. I get it. Right. But
It's
now
not
you
like that, man.
Now you riding for Ray Fisher. So if Ray Fisher might say something that might go against what you say, are you willing to say no, or you totally that committed? And that's where the issue lies with a lot of YouTubers. It's one dope YouTuber, and I'm gonna leave it here. And I understood the game. I don't know if anybody knew this is a New York joint, but like Star Buck Wild, but Star he taught hip hop online. I'll be all over the place with it online. But he a YouTuber. And to be honest, he kind of was one of the forefathers of the template of how YouTube is going, how you can get your money. And one thing I always respected about him was when he was on the radio on Rappers, was sending him champagne bottles. He would, I send that shit back. You know why? Because he didn't want anybody to feel like he was bought. Just because I did an interview with you today, that doesn't mean that if I get something across my table that I have to critique you about, people feel less inclined to, because I got that relationship. I met with you. I sipped your champagne, and this is where YouTubers are finally going through that kind of feeling. So I feel what you're saying. You're a fan of Ray Fisher. So am I. I think he's a great actor, and I like him as Cyborg, and I want to see him back. I really do. But if that's the hill you want to go on, and then we can agree to disagree. But please, my brother, don't tell me nothing about no racism like I don't know. Because I know this. I know this. Like, I'm sure I know in a
There's
way
a
you never understand. I know in a way you never understand.
that's a good. I think a lot of this stuff here, but like between you two guys, has just been a little bit of a misunderstanding. I know what Rush is trying to say, but I also know what you're trying to say too. And it's just kind of like, I think a lot some of the things that Rush was saying to you and some of the things you were saying to Rush was kind of lost in translation there. So I think the two of you kind of have I think that's where the disconnect is coming from there. But I want to move on from that particular topic. Showcase here is saying Hamada may have been told to protect Johns, but he went out of his way in approving hit pieces, articles against Ray Fisher and the Snyder Cut movement. And then Papa John's Gaming says Jeff Johns is a good comic book writer. And again, I think a lot. I think he's kind of hit and miss. And again, like I said, guys, you guys, I honestly feel like it was just kind of a misunderstanding. I don't think that, you guys were understanding each other, and I didn't want to interrupt you guys and start interjecting. I wanted to give you guys both a chance to speak and say your piece, but I really do want to move on from this particular topic because it's it's went on for a while.
And I want to clear up the energy, yo. Appreciate you having me on here. I don't want to bring that kind of vibe. Yeah, we on the same part. This is no negative towards I forget the gentleman's name I was talking to, but it's good. It's a wash, man.
Okay. Well, yeah. No, I just want to make sure. I don't want there to be any hard feelings between anybody. Yeah. I understand. It was just like I said. I think a lot of it was just misunderstanding. I mean, I know what Rush was trying to say, and I don't think and I know what you were trying to say too. And then I think some wires were getting crossed there. You guys were getting confused, like he was misinterpreting things that you were saying, and you were misinterpreting things he was trying to say. So it was kind of that's kind of what that was. But we're going to move on from that. Sickness says, dude's analogy didn't make sense though. I'm hood with it too. When one of the homies is being shady and out of pocket, they get hit up and smacked on. And smashed on. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. Koopy Malik says, yo, Sickness, and Showcase says, no, he ain't. He's lame compared to Peter David, Jurgens, You're just naming a bunch of comic book
He started
writers.
off with good ones, man. Dan Jurgens and Peter David.
Yeah,
two of the best.
Yeah,
ever.
those are some good good comic
Shit
book
all over
writers.
Johns, in my opinion.
Absolutely. I think Jeff Johns gets way too much credit for being a great writer. I mean,
John Bryan.
for me, when when the guy tried to write a sequel to Watchmen, I think that's where he just completely fell off the rails. I mean, talk about like loving the smell of your own farts. That's essentially what Jeff Johns writing a sequel to Watchmen was for me. And Sickness says, Koopy Malik, what's up, brother? Jesse Allen says, yo, Sickness. Koopy Malik says, hey there, Jesse. Everybody's giving props to Jesse Allen. Hashtag release the air cut. And the Truth 31 says, what's up, Zod? What's up, Truth? Man, I know, Truth, you probably got some thoughts on this unsubscribing to certain YouTubers. Well, if you don't mind, man, why don't you come on and enlighten us about how you feel about certain YouTubers, bro? Because that's what we're talking about. We're basically talking about unsubscribing to YouTubers and what kind of goes into our thought process when we unsubscribe. So if you'd like to jump on in, that would be really, that'd be really cool. You could jump on and basically say your piece. Sickness says, Jesse Allen says, hey, Koopy. Showcast says, dude, Hamada said it was a cul-de-sac that was in his major interview, so he made his position clear. Yeah, a lot of the hatred that the Snyderverse fandom has towards Walter Hamada is due to the actions of Hamada, as well as some of the things that he has said in relation to the Snyderverse and relation to Zack Snyder himself as well. A lot of the issues that Rushman was bringing up about the racism, but with Jeff Johns was more about how Jeff Johns was trying to push Ray Fisher into doing things that Ray Fisher didn't want to do. And I don't know if that's necessarily racist, but ultimately Jeff Johns has said a lot of things over in the past that's been very, very shady, especially when it comes to the Snyderverse and
without question,
the cast.
I think what Jeff Johns, if I could just say this one thing, is I think what he was trying to do was he wanted to be the Kevin Feige. And I really think personally from the beginning when I watched everything, I always looked at it, Jeff Johns is trying to create a coup. That's me personally. I always thought it was about a coup so I could usurp everything. I could feed the flames of Zack Snyder's not doing Superman justice, which I'm kind of totally fucking lost on, but that's another topic. But I think he was pushing that so he could put himself into a Kevin Feige position. And I think that's why he was choosing mostly storylines coming out of his wheelhouse, not because he wanted to select the best stories for adaptation, because, he gets residuals if he selects films from storylines, I guess, that he had penned. And I think he was more, I don't know if you would say that's nepotism because it's like you really favoring yourself, but I think he was being more, it was more for selfish involvement. I think he was really trying to push people out so he could do his own thing and he could be, I'll be honest with you, I think he was trying to be Kevin Feige.
Yeah, I get that vibe too. I think he was like a Kevin Feige type, trying to be Kevin Feige and thinking. And let's be honest, he is tight with Kevin Feige too. There were a lot of rumors back in the day, and some evidence too that you can find that he was actually feeding DC information to Kevin Feige as well. So it's one of those things where there's like a big connection between Jeff Johns, Kevin Feige, and James Gunn. The connection, the rabbit hole is pretty deep between those three guys.
And they're all Freemasons too.
And a lot of that is so Sickness says dude still isn't making sense. Sickness says peace at the Truth 31. Papa Brad's Gaming says, is this about unsubscribing? Yes, this is about unsubscribing.
I hope that doesn't mean about you unsubscribing to us. Please don't. We love you, Papa.
Yeah, Papa. I don't know how we got into, it's like whenever we do these kinds of open panel shows, somehow it always comes back to the Snyderverse somehow. I don't know how that happens, but ultimately that's what happened. And so
Scientists may never know.
I apologize to everybody listening right now who was confused and was hearing us talking about Hamada and Ray Fisher and all these things that we weren't talking about before. So I apologize if there was any confusion there for anybody. Again, it's sort of an interesting dynamic, but
act of God, really. I mean,
divine intervention. Kupi Malik says, so do we unsubscribe Hamada? Well, if Hamada was a YouTuber, I can tell you I would have unsubscribed, but that's just me. I don't know about any of you, but I definitely would have unsubscribed to Walter Hamada.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's got a boring YouTube if he does have one.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the channel. Back to the live stream. Hugo Allen Stevens, you've been coming on these shows the last couple of weeks. It wouldn't be the ZodWriter show if you didn't join us. So what's up, man? What's going on, brother?
I'm in a good mood.
Well, cool. I'm glad you're in a good mood because.
Well, it's not been a great weekend coming out of it, but since watching Shang-Chi, I felt a bit better.
Okay, so tell me. So why don't you give me a quick review on Shang-Chi, because I haven't seen it yet. I'm waiting for it to come on Disney Plus, because I have family members who have Disney Plus and they let me watch their Disney Plus subscription. Because they know how I feel about Disney. So I'm glad I don't have to pay for Disney Plus. But my question to you is, was Shang-Chi, and please be very honest because you know my feelings, was Shang-Chi a better movie than Black Widow?
Well, Zod, I love Black Widow, but I think that comes down to a lot of Stockholm Syndrome from waiting years and years to get a movie that Marvel weren't really bothered to make anyway. But yeah, Shang-Chi has the much stronger story. I will hold my hands up, even if you can't see them, and admit that Shang-Chi has the much stronger, better written story, and it has the better motivated villain. It does everything that I wish Black Widow had done for a lot of other people. And even for me, even though I did enjoy it, I will admit Shang-Chi is the superior out of the two of the current Phase 4 movies. I did get some Man of Steel vibes at times. That personally was just me, especially in the third act, kind of resembling a particular flashback. I won't say which one they reminded me of from Man of Steel, but it also deals with the whole Mandarin controversy of Iron Man 3. I won't say how it goes into it, but they do it in such a great way and redeem everything that came from that.
Okay, so one minor spoiler then, if you please, is the actor who was the Mandarin in Iron Man 3, is he in this film?
Yes.
Okay.
Ben Kingsley's there.
Okay. Well, that's all I wanted to know. I definitely want to see the film. I'm definitely excited to see Shang-Chi. I know people are trashing it and people are not liking it, but I've been very if you listen to the show that me and Sonia do, I've been very complimentary of Marvel's What If animated series. I really like the direction that they're going. It gives me a lot of like old 90s Outer Limits TV series vibes. I really like the whole What If scenario and the different transitions that they've made, and I think it's a pretty good series, and it's a step in the right direction for Marvel. So I'm definitely open to giving Shang-Chi a chance.
Yeah.
Here's another question for you: is Shang-Chi better than the Snake Eyes G.I. Joe movie?
Oh, it is, definitely is. I can tell you that just by the trailer.
Yeah, I haven't even seen Snake Eyes, and I'll tell you that I think Shang-Chi is far superior as well to that. Just from the get-go with Snake Eyes had an uphill battle anyway. Originally, he was a white man who could not talk, and it made it more interesting that he went into a culture he was never born in, and they changed that up. They will claim it was for diversity points. There's no denying that, but I think it's just after Ray Park's meltdown online, they knew they could easily get rid of him, not only because he was into his 40s now, but with all that, they don't want to be associated with it. Throw it under the rug. Race changed Snake Eyes. I think they've got it sorted. But Henry Gooding, I imagine, is a great actor. I loved him in The Gentleman. I think no matter what, he's probably going to be great in the film. The film itself will not be great.
It's got strong points. The action's decent. Like there is good parts to it, but I was excited for it, and it's terrible, man. Snake Eyes is like, even the trailer of Shang-Chi is a better movie than Snake Eyes.
I'm gonna say this right now. I have not watched Snake Eyes, so I don't know. I saw a couple of YouTubers that I was following who did some reviews on Snake Eyes and had some very negative things to say about Snake Eyes. I want to watch Snake Eyes only because I thought some of the commercials for it were cool, but at the same time, I'm a little nervous to waste. I don't want to waste my time watching it.
It's worth a watch when it's free, man. Just it's nowhere near as good as Jiu-Jitsu or anything, man. Don't expect.
Oh my quality. God, dude! You're telling me it's not as good as Jiu-Jitsu? I mean, if it's not even as good as Jiu-Jitsu, it's not worth it, because Jiu-Jitsu has spoiled me, dude.
Than the Snyder Cut, yeah, I know.
Oh God!
I'll say this: I will buy Snake Eyes on DVD to fill up my Hasbro movie verse collection, especially because it's like the second installment if they're going to connect it to Bumblebee and the next Transformers movies. I think maybe they can rectify something out of it if they keep Henry Gooding along, and Samara Weaving. Okay. They didn't get her to do much in, so I hope they compensate her in future. But as for Shang-Chi, I'll say this: if you're worried about humor as it's an MCU movie, don't be. It feels so much more organic in this film that it's just. I'm not.
I'm actually not worried about it. I'm not thinking of humor at all when it associated with Shang-Chi. The big Marvel project coming up that I'm looking forward to as a Marvel, following Marvel, is is Moon Knight. And Johnny and I talked at length about this yesterday. Oscar Isaac is a phenomenal actor, and it's going to be great to see him take on such an iconic Marvel character. Now, the only thing that had me a little bit nervous was the fact that it's going to be on Disney Plus. But the reality is Disney Plus has kind of been skirting the line when it comes to violence. So I've kind of come to think that maybe they're going to be able to get away with certain things. Now, I've also heard that Shang-Chi is going to be coming to Disney Plus pretty soon. So that's probably when I'll see it, because I currently live in an area where
it's in a month
where we are masking. We are living in an area. I'm living in an area where we are masking indoors again and that kind of thing. So I don't particularly feel comfortable going to the movie theater right now, where I'm going to have to wear a mask for an entire film. So I'm probably going to end up seeing Shang-Chi next month when it comes on Disney Plus. But coming from you though, Hugo, like I said, I value your opinion, and I'm listening to what you're saying. And if you're telling me it's better than Black Widow, and you're a Black Widow fan, then that's all I have to know. Because again, I didn't like Black Widow at all. So if you're telling me it's better than Black Widow, and you loved Black Widow, I think I'm going to be okay with it, and I definitely want to watch it. It's getting a lot of negative press online, and I'm not very happy seeing a movie get so trashed unless it's valid. Flicks, are you excited for any of these Marvel movies? Have you seen Shang-Chi yet?
It's a little loud right now, so let me step out where I'm at, but I'm gonna go tell you in a second. Give me 1 second.
Okay, sounds good, man. Sounds good.
I'll save my point about the humor anyway, just in general to everyone here who may be still skeptical because it's an MCU movie. I wouldn't worry about the humor. It comes across as quite organic, and it's there when it needs to be. Mostly from Awkwafina's character, Katie, the best friend of Sean / Shang-Chi. and then you get a bit of it with Ben Kingsley, and it works so well. And Katie is honestly my favorite character in the whole thing. I love Shang-Chi. I've become a massive Shang-Chi fan instantly from this movie, and I want to check out his original dad, Fu Manchu.
Now I saw a thing online. Yeah. Somebody was talking about, they were saying that they think Shang-Chi would work better as a Disney Plus TV series than it did as a movie. Now, coming from somebody who's seen the movie Shang-Chi, how do you feel about that? Would you have rather Shang-Chi been a series on Disney, like a TV show, or do you think it works better as a movie with potential for sequels?
Well, I think, look at it this way. I think someone would have said that about Iron Man pre-2008 because of how Iron Man was viewed. Shang-Chi is considered, I think very generously, was considered before this movie came out a C-lister, because they were saying Marvel's scraping the barrel now. They haven't got all the heavies from the B team that they've turned into A stars. With Shang-Chi, I think even if they were trying to chase the China market and it wasn't going to work out anyway, I'm rather happy that they took a risk with, like, it was like doing Iron Man again, so several years later, it was like they took a chance on a character that wasn't very well known. I know Iron Man was semi-well known thanks to the animated shows in the 90s because of his crossovers with Hulk mostly. But it's like I feel like we needed another mainstream martial arts kind of movie, and for it to be a superhero movie as well under that banner, to get it through the gate and give it enough exposure. I think it's more than worth it that it was a movie. If it had been a TV series on Disney Plus, I personally wouldn't have been able to get to it because I don't have Disney Plus yet, and I don't know when I'll get around to it anyway. So as much as I've missed out on Loki and WandaVision and Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I'm personally very happy that I could at least see Shang-Chi on the big screen. I'm a big appreciator of Asian culture anyway, whether it's Chinese or Japanese. From
yes.
What I have learned over the years, whether I've watched Jackie Chan Adventures or Rumble in the Bronx was my first Jackie Chan movie.
What's your have you had exposure to John Woo films? Have you seen The Killer? Yes. Have you seen Hard Boiled? Have you seen Better Tomorrow, Bullet in the Head? Have you seen all those films?
Just Hard Boiled and his Western movies. And from what I saw of Hard Boiled, I knew, and I saw Bulletproof Monk anyway with Chow Yun-fat, the Image Comics movie, and I thought I want to see more of this guy that people big up from Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which Shang-Chi gets a lot of comparisons to with the fighting choreography. And I need to get onto Crouching Tiger in its sequel anyway at some point. I'm hoping to do an Asian cinema marathon with all the movies I've collected over the last couple of years. I've always just wanted to go more into that realm since Jackie Chan sort of brought me into it, and then I suddenly discovered all these other actors through more mainstream Hollywood movies like Chow Yun-fat and Tony Leung and those kind of guys.
Yeah. Okay, well that's cool. Are you back with us, Flicks?
Oh yeah. I'm in the building. You had asked me about any Marvel movies I'm excited for.
Yes.
I'm actually kind of excited. I'm hearing a lot of great stuff about Shang-Chi. I hope I'm saying it about Shang-Chi, but I never really followed him in the comics. I knew of him, but I'll be honest with you, all the reviews and stuff like that is making me more interested in seeing it. So I look forward to seeing it sometime. I should see that sometime this week. But yeah, like I look forward to seeing that, and Spider-Man like my favorite superhero, little boy. So like I'm all in for some Spider-Man. Yeah. I look forward to seeing what the MCU. I'm not exactly as excited because MCU can tend to be very formulaic. Like I know when the joke is coming, I know when it's getting in depth and they don't want to be too in depth because they want to be a 4-quadrant film. I get the hustle. So that's the only thing with the MCU model that I don't want to say I hate it because it's not that I hate it. It's why I kind of gravitated more to DC. I felt like DC kind of went wherever the script went, but Marvel, excited for Shang-Chi. I want to see that and No Way Home. And like, I hope I said it right. No Way Home. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I was just curious because we were talking about, we had started talking a little bit about MCU stuff, and Hugo here, has gotten a chance to see Shang-Chi, and I, honestly, I don't know. I think I'm cautiously optimistic going into Shang-Chi. I don't know how I'm going to feel about it because, again, like I said, I didn't like Black Widow at all, and I spent like 3 hours ranting about it. So I'm sort of hoping that I will have a different view when it comes to Shang-Chi, because again, I'm like, I don't go into any of these movies not wanting to like them or wanting to hate them, and maybe because I don't have really a comic book history with Shang-Chi either. Maybe I will, maybe the movie will be something important, will turn out to be good to me because I've never really read Shang-Chi comics. I'm not going to sit here and lie that I grew up reading the Shang-Chi comic books because I didn't. So
you don't know his
Black Widow, or you just didn't like it?
Oh no, I absolutely hated the movie. I hated everything about it. I hated it from beginning to end. I was angry. And then the way that they ended the movie to tie into the eventual Hawkeye Disney Plus TV show infuriated me to the point of no return, because I don't like the idea of the other sister to the Black Widow,
replacement Black Widow,
becoming the new Black Widow. I don't like that. I'm not happy about any of it. I think that, and I also think that Scarlett Johansson, was mistreated. I think they totally screwed Scarlett Johansson over this movie, and I don't think that this movie was. I don't think that this movie was particularly good to the legacy of the Black Widow character either. So I really had a hard time understanding why so many people actually liked this movie, because I couldn't find anything in it to latch onto to say, oh yeah, this was pretty good. I mean, look, I've been very critical of the MCU, and there's a lot of MCU movies I don't like, but even the MCU movies that I don't like, I'm able to take bits and pieces and chunks and things that I can point to and say, well, I actually liked this about the movie, or I like the actor they cast as this character. I like this, or I like that. But with Black Widow, I can honestly say there was not one element in that movie that I thought was redeeming or I liked. I thought the movie was a complete waste of film, and I felt like I wasted my time watching it. I hated it almost as much as I hated James Gunn's Suicide Squad. But James Gunn's Suicide Squad slightly edges that one out for me on the hate meter. But Black Widow, as far as like the MCU goes, I think that Black Widow is the second to the worst, next to Thor Ragnarok. Thor Ragnarok is the MCU movie that I hate the most, but and Black Widow didn't take that away from Thor Ragnarok, but Black Widow is a close second. I just think that Black Widow deserved a better movie, honestly. Yeah, that's what I think.
I'll agree with. I actually liked it though. Like I feel like I'm so on the minority over here. I like.
That's it. Okay. That's okay though, man. It's okay. I'm not mad at you guys if you like the movie. I'm fine with that. I can only speak how I felt, personally. And like I said, I don't have a problem with people that disagree with me and like the movie. That's fine. Johnny and I vehemently disagree about James Gunn's Suicide Squad, but I'm not mad. It's fine if you liked it, if that was your cup of tea.
We don't vehemently disagree.
What?
The only thing I really hated was how they treated the what's his name? The Red Guardian. I think that's his name.
Yeah.
They made him a big ass oaf, and I was like, that he's supposed to be like Captain America. Let him do some cool shit. You got him like a big buffoon. I didn't like that, but
I honestly don't mind the big buffoon because that can just not as a stereotype, it can just play into a nice element of showing his arrogance of how much of a patriot he is to the old ways of he's a relic. But he should have had an arc where he starts to wake up from that and realize he's chasing a ghost in Captain America, because he's never going to bump into Captain America. We all know this from Infinity War and Endgame, sorry, from when that has occurred.
Actually, that's a cool idea. I didn't even think about that. Making that his arc that he'll never. That's actually cool.
He thinks he wants to prove himself. He becomes such a fanboy around Natasha about it all. Sorry,
that's okay. Yeah. And Johnny, what were you saying now? You said that we don't vehemently disagree about the Suicide Squad.
We don't really, man. I mean, I think it's a 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10. It's a fun, stupid ass movie that I enjoy. Just like I like, most of the Marvel films. Like, I'm able to just, if it's fun and I can laugh and just be silly and it's made properly in a way that makes me feel that way, I can enjoy something. Like, I know a lot of people in the chat, they got to have the serious movie that, it makes their mind explode because it's just so riveting, and I can get behind that. I like some films that are like that, but sometimes I just want to watch a piece of trash, and I just enjoy it. So I do like the film, but it's not like I gave it a 10 out of 10 and like we're at loggerheads about it there, brother. That's all I was going to say.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I actually thought that you loved it more than that because of the fact that you were so, vehemently against being on that show that I did about it that week.
I was going to show up, and then you said some stage-like advice on the Sony episode the night before I was going to be on, and you said that, like, you don't care what other people think, and your opinion's your opinion. And I decided that I didn't care what other people thought enough to just go ahead and not even listen to them. And that's just how I roll with that episode.
Well, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And Zentech here says, can we talk about Andre Cedino? No, not if we're sane. We're not going to sit here and talk about Andre.
I think it is. Is that Wabin?
Yes, it is.
He does not get mentioned, even though like we're not on PS8 and PS7 rules do not count anymore. We will not talk about the man cow.
Yeah, we don't talk about this guy. This guy, we've had our battles with him in the past. People just have no idea.
We're talking 2012. We're
talking a long time ago. And the fact that he is still out there being a pain in the ass is incredible. Yes,
he's still alive. Somebody hasn't. Like, I figured he would walk up to the wrong person because he lives in Harlem and just be like, say something stupid about Batman and get hit. You know what I mean? And like he finally shut up.
Yeah, he'll say something. He'll come out and say, the theatrical cut of Justice League is the greatest movie ever made. It's like, what, dude? Like that's the kind of thing he would say. So no, you know what? No, we don't talk about that guy.
That's what we're gonna say about him. Yeah, he's
out of here. He's in a class by himself. We don't talk about him. We don't bring him up because the problem is when you bring him up, you essentially attract him.
It's like Candyman.
Yeah,
and we're also just like sexless virgins. We're not on his level. He is just alpha, and
right.
You know how he rolls.
Right, he calls everybody losers and sexless virgins and all this stuff. So yeah, we're gonna just leave that at that. So no Zentech. I can't say we can't really bring him up on an unsubscribed show because we've never been subscribed to him to begin with.
He kept the channel long enough to have subscribers. I mean, he gets them deleted faster than God makes poor people.
Right,
dude.
Right, dude. Right. It's a sad state of affairs. He was mentored by Donner with Feige, so Alta, Modiver. What are you saying there, Showcaz? I don't know what you're
Makes
saying.
sense. I think he's saying, yeah, it
It
made sense.
so it made sense. What made sense?
Jeff Johns.
You guys are still talking about that other. You guys were talking. I'm behind because you guys are talking. I'm behind a few chats here. You guys are saying, "Hey Zentech, I think I know Andre Cedino. I did come to a few of his live streams, but not anymore." I feel sorry for anybody that actually went to his live streams. I mean, the fact that the dude is still around today after all the knockdown, drag out fights that we had with him in the past is oh my god! Like you said, it's incredible, Johnny. I can't.
There used to be people that made documentary cartoon films about him, just trashing the guy. I mean, like, he is
Johnny. Let's be honest. You were part of one of those projects, and it was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, I remember. I was there. I was like, oh my god! Like this dude. Like, oh my god. All I gotta say is that I hope Mega Max Shrek is doing okay. That's all I gotta say. Showcase says Andre seems tight from what I've seen of his videos. Ain't seen no shady stuff. Well, you need to do a little bit of investigation if you think if you think that Andre Cedino is tight, because I'm here to tell you that the dude is as Fruit Loops as it gets.
Yeah, he is literally fucking insane.
Oh my god. Yeah, dude. No, I'm sorry.
And he's a creeper in other terms. I'm not going to get into it because
we're not going to get to it on here, but it's
style. But like, he's a creeper in real life. So
maybe it'd be easier to drift the stream away from the topic of this Andre fella. Then I thought I wanted to ask you something, Zod. Since
go ahead.
You've not read the comic books, nor have I, of Shang-Chi. But a couple of months before seeing the film, I watched the Midnight's Edge video, an editorial they did about Shang-Chi. And quite interesting, the origins of the character. The Mandarin is not his father in the comic books, or it wasn't originally. They just changed that. And so his dilemma with his character struggle of being a guy who's going to potentially inherit an evil legacy is still there. But originally, I'm sure, Johnny, you know some of your pulp characters, don't you? As we've talked about before, you've heard of Dr. Fu Manchu.
Of course, I have several of the Christopher Lee movies about him. So
when Marvel had comic book rights to use him and make as their own character for a bit, like they used to when they were very crazy in the 70s and 80s and that kind of time. They had Fu Manchu's license to do that, and they gave him a son. That son became Shang-Chi. And unfortunately, with Fu Manchu seeming to create racist connotations, and they lost the license anyway over time. It's kind of been ignored, that part of his heritage. But I always think maybe that if you are able to evolve any character with the times, like Superman wasn't always as we know him. He, like every kind of character in comic books in World War II, they were always saying racist things about Japanese people because the Americans were fighting the Japanese. I think Fu Manchu, you can still adapt this character and alter him for better motives creatively, I think. I think it's a pity everyone's just looked back on him in horror as not as the villain, but more as a racist caricature.
Yeah, that's kind of happened to a lot of old-time cartoon caricatures. They've been remembered for things nowadays that would be considered racist, and essentially that's what the problem is when you have a character that's steeped in that kind of mythology, and essentially race becomes a part of it. In this day and age, and in the current culture that we're living in, that's not a good thing.
If you want to read a comic that has Fu Manchu as a really serious and really kind of grounded villain, check out the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen by Alan Moore.
Nice.
He's up in there, and he's one of the main villains in the first kind of, I think it's the first or second arc, and yeah, he Alan Moore adapts the actual literary version of the character. And yeah, if you want to actually see that character kind of handled with some gravitas, like it is available in a modern comic if you check that out. Because
I think one day you can find an actor out there who could play him and change everyone's perception of him in a movie of some kind. I mean, if we can still have characters like Doc Savage and the Phantom, there's got to be room for Fu Manchu, and Alan Moore's already proven that.
And that dude Vince says Shang-Chi was pretty good. I don't regret seeing it in the theater. Zentek says he's a character. Papa Brad's Gaming says, was it good? And Igor says, shit, immaterial as hell. What did I miss? And he says, I'm late as hell. Well, you know, you're here, Igor, and that's what counts. Koopy Malik says, Zentek, maybe I'm mistaking him with some YouTuber with a similar name. My memories have failed me. No, you will know who Andre Cedino is if you ever meet him. He's always going to have DC in his name somewhere. Showcast says, I'm not paying to see a Jackie Chan copy and paste tribute movie.
It's not,
especially a Marvel movie. Well, again, Showcast, according to Hugo here, it's not. So we'll see. Papa Brad's Gamer says hi, Igor. Neo7 saying Shang-Chi is a good watch, 7.5 out of 10. Koopy Malik says hi, Igor. Koopy Malik says hi, Neo7. Papa Brad's Gaming says Jackie Chan is good. Bruce Lee was better. Absolutely. Bruce Lee was the GOAT. Showcast said, what happened with Ray Park? Huh?
Well, he found out his wife had an affair with his best friend, and it sounds all very far-fetched, but apparently his best friend was Daniel Logan, who played younger Boba Fett in Attack of the Clones in Star Wars. And he did the one thing you don't do, is you go on the internet to vent about this stuff, because he was very angry, and it got very much out of hand beyond talking about the affair. He got sending out revenge porn and stuff like that on his wife, and it really scared her and the children. And Ray hasn't been heard from since. So I'm really hoping he's found some help, that he's recovering, and whatever's happening behind closed doors, they're trying to rebuild something. It's just awful that such a thing can happen to one of the coolest non-Asian martial artists out there. Someone from my homeland, specifically Scotland, but above me really. But it feels like it hits on a personal note a bit, knowing that I think ultimately has stalled his career, maybe ended it completely. So no Snake Eyes, no further of him playing Darth Maul. You won't see any of that for a long time, if ever.
That's a shame. That's a shame. Behind every good man's downfall. Oh well. What are we gonna say?
We just hope he gets better.
Yeah.
What do we do when we fall Master Bruce?
Yeah, we pick ourselves back up. That dude Vince says, well, it definitely wasn't that Showcast. Not once when I was watching it did I think of Jackie Chan. Rushman says Shang-Chi is a 5 out of 10 for me. Neo7 says watch Shang-Chi for Tony Leung's performance alone. Well, I love Tony Leung, so I definitely want to see his performance. Koopy Malik says they should make Moon Knight more like Punisher Warzone and put it on Hulu. I actually was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing. I want Moon Knight to be as just gritty, dark, and depraved as it could possibly be. I want it to be gory. There's a lot of things about Moon Knight I want to see that we probably won't get, because again, it's owned by Disney. But we always have hope for that Mark Millar series that's going to be coming over to Netflix, though, don't we, Johnny?
You don't want any Punisher movie then if you want Moon Knight to be like the Punisher. You want the Punisher video game.
Absolutely.
You're talking gore. You want the Punisher video game to be the inspiration.
Yes, I do. Yes. That dude Vince says it was a 7 out of 10 for me. Papa Brad's Gaming says, was Moon Knight Marvel's answer to Batman type character? Yes. Moon Knight is Marvel's Batman.
Not really.
Well,
when he was introduced, he was actually a villain. He fought against a hero that was around about the same time as Shang-Chi. It was called Werewolf by Night, and Moon Knight was actually originally a villain of his. Much like how Blade was a Spider-Man villain before he became a hero. And then Moon Knight kind of got brought in, and I wouldn't do like the closest Marvel has to Batman is actually Iron Man. Moon Knight is more like something like the Wild Dog or Red Hood or something like that than Batman.
Yeah.
Like he is actually completely insane. He has dissociative personality disorder. He is a PTSD riddled vet, and he's got massive problems. And one of them is he is possessed by an Egyptian moon god, which means he has powers unlike Batman. So yeah, no, he's not like Batman really at all. That's kind of a misconception people have just because of some of his gear, I think is what it is.
Yeah, he's got MPD as well. We lost Zod. At least I think he's got multiple personality disorder. He's a very interesting character. It's fascinating that they all have these very different behind-the-scenes origins. Like I've known for a long time, Morbius was his own character, I believe, or at least he was further away from the Marvel universe, mainstream-wise, before he became a Spider-Man villain. And that's the whole reason I was more supportive of the Morbius movie than I was a Venom movie to begin with.
Yeah, that's one movie I'm not.
It actually looks good.
Support Jared Leto. 30 Seconds to Arkham.
Did we lose that again?
Oh, he's still here. Maybe he's muted his mic. I can't tell.
He might be having technical problems, like with.
Well, you're roboting, Johnny. So I was trying to see if it was an issue on my end or if it was an issue on your end. I wasn't sure.
I'll drop out and come back in then.
Okay, yeah, because I wasn't sure there. I didn't want to say so. I was trying to come out and come back in, and let's see. But Showcast says the cartoon showed you how to do a G.I. Joe movie as well as the comics. G.I. Joe combined sci-fi Star Wars type battles, James Bond spy superhero heroes martial arts genre under the U.S. Army umbrella. All right, and Johnny, you're back. Are you back?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yay!
Yay! I was worried there for a second. I'm like, oh my god, I hope we're not having late night with Sonya type issues here. Noob Gamer says Shang-Chi is a 3 out of 10 for me. Papa Brad, kind of. Papa Brad's Gaming says Moon Knight's not Mom Knight, although Mom Knight could be funny. Mom Knight.
Yeah, I like Mom Knight.
Look, in regards to that comment about G.I. Joe, with the live action films, I still think that Rise of Cobra is the better of the 3 we've had so far. Retaliation, of course, they had to manipulate. They were going to get rid of Channing Tatum, and when they found out that Val was a box office smash, they panicked and reshot more scenes with him and Roadblock, played by Dwayne Johnson. And it gave us one of the worst scenes in cinematic history where he made a joke about Roadblock's daughter, and we all hated it. And it was played for laughs. It was so awkward and ruined everything.
I don't know why it's so hard to make a good movie with these properties. I really don't understand it. To me, I always feel like you bring in, if you know something is popular, like this is the thing I don't understand. Bring in the writers who are still around from the cartoons that were so popular, and let them do pen the screenplay for the film. That's how you do that. I don't know what they're thinking about. Like, really? That's all you need to do. And you'll get people excited. And Showcase says, enough Marvel, get back on topic. The movie is nothing like the original comic. That was better. Neo7 says, I don't want to be that guy, but representation is important for me, not forced like Clark Kent, but natural. Kupi Malik says, Neo7s is in the house. And Kupi Malik says, Papa Brad, mom night fighting crime, one house chores at a time. Yes. Yes, mom night. You know what I saw? You know what I saw the other day on Etsy? I saw an independent comic. And Johnny, I meant to ask you about this independent comic off air, but I guess I'll ask you about it now if you heard anything about it, because you're into all the Kickstarter campaigns and things for a lot of these indie comics. Fist of the Trans Star.
No, I haven't seen that.
It's like it's basically a transsexual Fist of the North Star parody comic.
Where the name wears itself on the sleeve. Like, I knew exactly what I was looking at. Just I could visualize the cover just from the name. But no, I don't know it. But it sounds like it could be one of two things. It could be a spoof, or it could be straight up serious. So
it looks the person, the trans person, looks like Kenshiro with a female face and and some female but some male attributes as well. So it's kind of I don't know. I wanted to ask you about that because we're such big Fist of the North Star fans, and I completely forgot to mention it. It just popped in my mind right now. So I was like, oh my God, I better ask Johnny before I forget. So sorry, to be off topic like that. But that dude Vince says, Showcase, the books and movies are almost always better with very little exceptions. Neo7 says the comics had too many racial stereotypes. That was problematic, like Fu Manchu. Yeah, we talked about Fu Manchu a little bit here. Noob Gamer says Shang-Chi is very weak in both plot and action. Showcase says China not into martial arts movies. They're more into those fantasy wushu epics. Most martial arts films are made outside mainland China, like Hong Kong and other places. Papa Brad's Gaming says Shang-Chi always seemed like Bruce Lee brought kinda loosely into the Marvel universe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was kind of like the first Liu Kang. Like, that's who he kind of... Mortal Kombat really ripped off Shang-Chi with the original Liu Kang. If you look at the old Deadly Hands of Kung Fu covers, like, you'll think you're looking at some Mortal Kombat advertisement.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that. Yeah, it kind of, but like I said, I've never been an avid Shang-Chi reader. I can honestly say I don't think I've ever read a Shang-Chi comic in my life. Neil said,
well, they haven't really done too many of them. Like, he had a short run in the magazine era in the 70s, and I think they brought him back around the Marvel Now era. But like, he hasn't really been like a dude that's been in a super amount of comics.
Yeah,
he really is.
Hopefully this changes that.
Yeah, Neo7 says, my problem with Shang-Chi is some visual effects, Aquafina, and some story elements, but otherwise it's a enjoyable popcorn flick. Well, I mean, if it's an enjoyable popcorn flick, that's on the plus side. I mean, I don't mind enjoyable popcorn flicks. I'm used to them. I've watched enough Marvel movies. I'm used to it. Papa Brad's Gaming says the comics had lots of the Fu Manchu stuff in them. Master of Martial Arts. Showcase says that who the character was based on in the comics. At Papa Brad's Gaming, Tony Leung is the best thing about it for me. Oh, I can't wait. Anything Tony is in, man. Tony is brilliant. I can't wait.
He's going to make you cry, Zod.
Oh, I can't wait. Papa Brad's Gaming says makes sense. Noob Gamer says Aquafina becomes a super archer after practicing a day is the most BS thing I ever saw. And
Well, it's less of a BS thing because it does get acknowledged, even by her, to her surprise. I won't say how or what she does take out successfully, but it's acknowledged, so it's not like a Mary Sue moment or anything. It was just pure luck.
Okay. Neo7 says DC should have been first with Adam, but WB gotta be WB. Yeah, I agree with you there. There was no reason not to do the Atom. The Atom was partially established in Zack Snyder's Justice League, and they could have capitalized on that and made an Atom movie, and it would have been fantastic, and it would have been a hit in China, and yeah, the rest would be history. But instead, no, Marvel gets to do it first, and we get Shang-Chi. Yep. That dude Vince says 2 lucky shots doesn't make her super. The Russian Captain America character was good in Black Widow. Showcast says much like Christopher Lambert and Tom Cruise become an expert samurai after one day in their films.
Showcast talking about Hunted. I love that Christopher Lambert movie. Like, sure, it is like a Mary Sue film, but it is so good. Like, I love the Hunted. So I'm glad Showcast brought that up.
I refuse to have that as the acceptable narrative. No, it was a period of time. There was time spent.
It was there for about a week. So it was about a week.
about a week. Give or take 4 or 5 days. You know, it was. You know,
typical ninja training time about a week. You know, like that's.
All these movies. Really, when it comes to that kind of thing, all you need to do, and this is one of the things that I always credit the Rocky movies for, is anytime you want to show the passage of time and show that training is actually having, do a montage. Get some great arena rock music in there, throw it in there, and have like a montage. And I know Hugo, you're a big Rocky fan, so I knew you'd get the references. The idea of showing the montage as a passage of time. I think that's absolutely brilliant. I mean, it was done in such style in Rocky IV. In Rocky IV, you literally see him training, and by the end of the song, like the music video montage, you can essentially believe that he's trained long enough to defeat Drago in the movie. And that's all you really have to do. And that's why I don't understand when some of these films, when they call characters of Mary Sue, why not just do a montage with the character, showing the character training for 2 or 3 minutes and showing the passage of time. You can do it very easily with quick cuts and all kinds of, you can show that they've trained. You can show that time has passed, and therefore it's believable that now this person has acquired these powers. Now this person can do this, and so much time has passed. I don't understand why they don't. More movies don't do that. Sylvester Stallone was an absolute genius when he was doing that in the films. I don't understand.
The great thing about the Rocky IV training montage as well is that after 3 of them previously that you would have gotten, is that this one is personal. No, pun intended, it's personal, because you're seeing Drago train, and he barely needs to do anything but work with a few computers and just.
I have to ask you, because being the super Rocky Uber fan that you are, how do you feel? Are you looking forward to Sylvester Stallone's director's cut of Rocky IV coming out? I believe in November.
Well, yes, of course. It's not only the opportunity of seeing different cuts of movies that I love, but I'm always gun ho for anything Stallone does. Since The Expendables, I've really grown to respect him as not just an actor but filmmaker. I will watch anything that he does. I just wish there were more films after Homefront with the character that Jason Statham was playing. The only film that Stallone has written but never appeared in, because there were more books based on that character, and I'm sad that Homefront did not spawn a franchise. I would love more Stallone scripts written.
Do you think we'll ever get a sequel to Cobra?
Yeah.
I'm really
Yeah.
down for
I'd love
Yeah,
that.
but yeah, because
I mean-
Stallone is interested in is totally interested in making more sequels to his movies. I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, I'm one of those people that's still hanging on for the director's cut of Cobra. I want the director's cut of Cobra so bad because I've heard so many different things about the director's cut of Cobra. I wish they would just release it already. I mean,
Yeah.
come on. Why don't we have the director's cut of Cobra? We're finally getting a director's cut of Rocky 4. Give us a director's cut of Cobra, for Christ's sake.
Yes, anything for more footage of it.
Oh, man.
I think for me, Cobra, I judged that film too harshly once upon a time, and I've always wanted to revisit it because I thought I was so unfair on it. I was judging it too much by today's story standards rather than accepting it for what it was for the 80s. Because Stallone is great in that.
And I couldn't agree more with Showcaz's comment here. He nails this right on the head. Black Widow should have been a very European film style espionage thriller done in the manner of the film Leon, or as it's called in America, The Professional. I couldn't agree with you more. It should have been something more along those lines. If it was, it would have been brilliant. And I can tell you right now, Scarlett Johansson is a better actress than she gets credit for, which is why I feel she was completely shortchanged in Black Widow and the movie should have been so much more than it was. And that's one of the main reasons why I struggle with it so much. It's just,
well, she should have had a whole trilogy like
oh God, it should have been
American Thor. We should have had a film after Iron Man 2, then one after The Winter Soldier, and then this one between Civil War and Infinity War to like not only close her story up, but open up meeting her family, because then we get more of the Romanovs in the future anyway. I don't mind having Yelena take the mantle of Black Widow, especially as well. I always wanted Black Widow to interact more with Spider-Man, Tom Holland's one, be like a mother figure to him, as she has that kind of aura Scarlett does to me of kind of being that person where
she could have been that character, sure. But I just feel like we lost so much of the potential of what that character could have been. And I just feel like
I agree.
Yeah, and that's why I judge the movie so harshly, because I just felt so cheated, and I felt like we waited so long for that movie, and then what we got was so mediocre. It was just like, well, you could have just released this at any old time because there was nothing really special about this movie.
And I completely empathize with you,
of the
everyone
mantle.
else that had their criticisms. I mean, it was like I was saying about Red Guardian. There were lots of elements of potential there that they didn't go through with. I really wish there was that arc for him where he realizes he shouldn't dedicate his life anymore to trying to fight Captain America and be such a fanboy about it, and lets his arrogance get in the way of his love for his family. There was so much like that, and it's like I said. I look at Black Widow, and I think it's a film that Marvel Studios never wanted to make, but the fan demand was there. They just didn't want to cater to it. But when they finally gave in, it was only because they had nothing left to do for Scarlett after killing off Black Widow in Endgame, and they didn't want to do anymore. They thought, okay, you want this, we'll just throw this together, and then to appease China, we're going to change Taskmaster up, as well as trying to endorse a feminism agenda in there with Taskmaster anyway. I mean, if the Mandarin can be saved from fan backlash, I think Taskmaster will be too. I'm sure they will.
And that's what leads here to Neo7's comment, which is, I didn't see Black Widow, but I heard that they wasted Taskmaster, and yes, they did. They wasted Taskmaster. That's another problem. Like and it's like I'm sitting here because, see, unlike Shang-Chi, who I'm going in basically cold because I never read any of the comics, I can look at Black Widow and see the potential of the character, knowing the character, having read Marvel comics for so many decades of my life, and expecting to see certain things play out a certain way as a comic book fan, and knowing how big of a fan Kevin Feige is too. It's like, well, gee, Kevin, how did you do this movie and not include any of the beats that people would have wanted or expected from a movie? And how do you take Taskmaster and totally rape the character? How do you do that? How does that happen? I just don't get it. I get baffled by it. And like I said, if it wasn't for James Gunn's Suicide Squad, that movie would be #1 on my worst movies of the year so far. That dude Vince says, British guy sounds like a guy I used to play EVE Online with named Jay. Hugo, are you a guy that used to play EVE Online named Jay?
No, it's a compliment though that I remind you of someone from your past.
Okay, well, I don't know, so it's like I have to ask. I'm like, those kinds of, you never know, those kinds of connections. Papa Brad's Gaming says purple guy with army helmet is right. Sometimes I like a GIF. Well, I guess you're trying to say a good dumb film. Yeah. Well, I get what you're saying. A good dumb film, sure. For good dumb films, there's Roger Corman movies, and there's movies from The Asylum, and there's movies from what's that company? Full Moon Streaming. Charles Band. I think of Charles Band movies when I think of good dumb movies that are just fun, that you're supposed to turn your friend, like Corona Zombies and stuff like that, where you just watch the movie and you turn your brain off and you laugh and you think it's cool and whatnot. But no, I didn't get that vibe from Suicide Squad. Showcase says in that film, Black Widow was racist too. Only black character is the first to die. Old Hollywood trope. Papa Brad's.
No, there was more than one black character. I reviewed that as well. She has a friend who helps her out and gets the plot moving by giving her safe houses and stuff. He's a good guy and he's black. You do not say that there's only one character.
Yeah. There was more than one black character in the film. Papa Brad's Gaming says good dumb films can be fun. Exactly. Johnny, are you awake? Johnny, are you with us? I was saying, are you awake?
No,
I thought maybe you fell asleep or something.
No, I was just chilling.
Oh, okay, man. You got your bowl out? You smoking?
Yeah, I was trying to get my mood back up. What happened a little earlier, man? I am a little bummed. I got a bit of a headache from it because I got a little angry.
Oh yeah,
the characters involved. So
that thing. Yeah, okay.
I was thinking though, to kind of get back on topic. I mean, we've been having a fun time talking Marvel, but Hugo brought him up, and I can't stop thinking. Midnight's Edge YouTube channel I unsubscribed to. I don't know if they fixed it, but when I stopped listening to them, they just made these Sony bashing videos where they would act like they were going to give information. They had these clickbaity ass titles as hell, but they would never actually say what they were going to talk about in the video. They would just talk about some stupid ass fan theory about Spider-Man Far From Home or something. And I just really fell out with them with that. They used to be a really interesting, really kind of introspective and educational channel, and I kind of recently, or when I stopped listening to them recently, they were just pumping out this kind of drivel that was just them dressing up fan theories, like headcanon, basically is what it was. And
they still can be quite informative. That's how I found out about Shang-Chi's origins, but I guess I must have missed that because there were times where I zoned out with the channel. But yeah, when I watched one of Andre's editorials on He-Man, Masters of the Universe Revelation, and he finally said it out loud. And they didn't do this before in any of the videos where he said, "Oh, Tila is a social justice warrior and everything is woke." And I almost sarcastically clapped because I thought, is this what jumping the shark is? Is this Midnight's Edge jumping the shark for me? They finally say the words.
Yeah,
that
I actually vehemently disagree with them about He-Man. I actually thought that Revelation series is really good, and I feel like people that are judging the character of Tila need to go back and rewatch some of the older He-Man animated material, because Tila was always a badass warrior. Tila was always trying to take charge. Tila was a captain in the king's army. All of these things led to the character of Tila being who she is in the Kevin Smith Revelation sequel. So I don't understand why people are so sensitive about agenda and identity politics and wokeness and all these different things, that they don't stop to actually, sometimes a spade is a spade. Sometimes, a cigar is just a cigar. You don't have to look into the interweavings of everything and break everything down into some political agenda nonsense. And that's the stuff that I've never been able to understand, because if you break everything down like that and you make everything political, you're never going to enjoy anything anymore. And that's my biggest issue with the hatred that this He-Man show is getting. People have allowed politics to corrupt them on such a deep level that you can't even stop and enjoy a friggin' cartoon that, when you look at it, is actually a logical successor to the He-Man material that's come before. I don't get it. I'm just so over that.
I haven't seen Revelation myself, but I was talking with some friends about it who were quite irked about what had occurred and talking about how they didn't like Tila's characterization. And I proposed to them to think about how she is reacting differently with her grief to the death of Adam after the battle that really they're dealing with the fallout of. That Tila has changed because, in a way, the war has changed her. That with his death having hit a different kind of chord with her compared to anyone else. Everyone else is quite depressed. She's probably depressed, but she's also angry, so she's lashing out at people. She's dealing with her grief differently. I proposed that to them, and I've kind of hoped that maybe that's made them reconsider that. Thinking about how people react differently when they grieve. Not everyone is the same over the death of a close loved one, especially in those circumstances.
Exactly. And honestly, if you go back and you watch the old Masters of the Universe, there's
Tila was a badass. Even in the live action film, she was hardcore.
I don't understand. Yeah, that's what I don't understand. You go back, the mythology, the He-Man, the comics, the little comics that used to come with the action figures. Dark Horse Comics released a hardcover volume that I recommend, if you have even a passing interest in He-Man, that you purchase this book. This book is a hardcover book. It has all of those comics in it. It's a beautiful anthology, tons and tons of He-Man stories that will fill you in on the lore. And when you've read a bunch of that stuff, you'll look at a lot of these man children that are hating on Tila and attacking Tila as a character, and you'll be saying to yourself, what is wrong with these people? These people claim to be He-Man fans. They claim to love the Masters of the Universe mythology. If you love the Masters of the Universe mythology, then you love Tila too. And you love the character that Tila represents. And you love the fact that Tila is a strong female character that was always a badass, like Johnny just said. So it doesn't make sense for you to crap all over it now, just because we're living in an age where certain types of agendas are being pushed. Yeah. I think if this cartoon were released at any other time in history, if we weren't living in a time where everybody was sensitive about feminists, about wokeness, about ageist, about racism, about sexism, about all these isms and ists, if we weren't living in a time where this is all anything was about, I think this cartoon would be very, very, very well received. I'm just being
The
honest.
hilarious thing is the whole old school Masters of the Universe comic cartoon was woke as hell as itself. Like, it was very inclusionary for everybody. There were a lot of really write-in homosexual characters, LBGT characters that were in the cast that would show up in episodes that I always noticed, and I always thought that it was kind of charming about the show. And the reason why some of the more hardcore characters are probably maybe seen in a lighter light is due to virtue of it being a Hanna-Barbera cartoon. But I always figured, like, after Man-at-Arms and Tila got done messing around with Orko and Battle Cat, or Cringer, they went out and split some damn skulls, you know what I mean? Because it was a war going on in Grayskull, and her dad was the head of the King's Guard, and she was the captain. And they fucked shit up when they weren't goofing around with He-Man's dumbass.
Yeah, and what you said, Zod, about Tila and how much a lot of He-Man fans should realize that their love for the character and everything. Sometimes we're not going to like some things that characters go through on their journeys, and that's very apparent with Tila for a lot of people. But that's sometimes a great thing. It's not always like Luke Skywalker becoming Jake Skywalker in The Last Jedi and going completely against character. Sometimes we've got to see the journey out if we can, or even just come back to it another time later down to give it another chance, where we see the characters we love struggling and failing, doing things that we don't agree with. But in the end, there's still going to be those core characters down to it with the if you have the writers there that care about what they're doing and know what they're doing with the character when putting them through these arcs and journeys. And so we can imagine that Tila will come out of this even stronger, even better, hopefully by the end.
Yeah. I think a lot of people, what they need to do is these people that are trashing the way Tila is being depicted in this. And I unsubscribed to a lot of, and it actually ties into this topic. I unsubscribed to a lot of YouTubers that I followed who were trashing this Kevin Smith Revelations Masters of the Universe series, because I think a lot of this hate is very, very unwarranted. And what they need to do is they need to go back and watch what is considered, it's not actually the final episode in the series, but it's actually canonically being considered the final episode in the 1980s He-Man series. They need to watch an episode of that. If you only watch one episode of the 1980s He-Man, you need to watch an episode from the last season called The Problem with Power. You watch that episode. The episode is brilliantly written. It's very well done. All of the characters are depicted. He-Man is going through a moral dilemma. Prince Adam actually decides to give up being He-Man because he thinks that he is inadvertently responsible for the death of someone. And he essentially feels like he can no longer be He-Man because he's no longer worthy of the power. And you need to, and honestly, I feel like people need to watch that episode because they need to see the relationship between Tila and He-Man and Adam and all of that and how it all correlates. You watch that episode and then you go back and you rewatch the Kevin Smith. If there's a single episode that encapsulates why the Kevin Smith series is so good, you have to watch the episode The Problem with Power. And you'll understand. And maybe then you won't have such difficulty understanding why Tila reacts the way she does, why she has so much grief, why she's so conflicted, and why she's so angry at Adam over them hiding the secret for so freaking long. And there's so much, oh my God. As a Masters of the Universe fan, I am just so sick and tired of the current shit culture that we live in infecting everything. I'm just so sick of it because, like I said, this series, at any other time would probably be considered a masterpiece. But because it's being made at a time when everything is political and everybody's got a political bone up their ass, you can't like you just can't enjoy anything anymore. And that's what the problem is, I think. And it's infiltrated every aspect of film, TV, animation, everything that we could think of. Oh, that's woke. Oh, that's feminist. Oh, that's racist. Oh, that's ageist. Oh, that's this. Oh, that's that. I'm just so sick and tired of these labels. I'm sick and tired of the way that it infests everything. And yeah, I would say I unsubscribed to about, I want to say, close to 20 YouTubers over this Masters of the Universe debacle. That's how much hate this Masters of the Universe series got.
Yeah, well, if I'm someone who has only ever seen bits and pieces of the 2002 show. I'm gonna tell you what you should do. Let me give you a little piece of advice as a Masters of the Universe fan, Hugo. Watch the 2002 series first. Watch the 2002 series, then watch the 1980s series, because the 2002 series feels almost prequelish, because there's a lot of stuff in it that you learn about origins and stuff of certain characters that's not explained in the 1980s show. But if you watch the 2002 series, this is my viewing order. You watch the 2002 series, you don't have to watch all the episodes of the 1980s. I could probably give you a list of like the top 10 best episodes you should watch from the 80s, and then watch the Kevin Smith one on Netflix. And then watch the movie.
Yeah, and of course, well, whenever you want, watch the movie, because the Masters of the Universe movie is not connected to any of the animated stuff. So you're getting a different depiction of He-Man, but it's still canonical, because in the comic books there was a lot of stuff that about the He-Man character that we didn't get in the animated stuff that we got in that live action Dolph Lundgren series movie. So I highly recommend that you go that direction. And again, if you're not politically corrupted, if you're not listening to anything about agendas from left, right, middle ground, or anything else, you will be able to watch the movie, watch the Kevin Smith series from an unbiased perspective, and you'll actually be able to enjoy it as somebody who actually likes Masters of the Universe content. Weird. But once we start injecting political agenda and all that stuff into our entertainment and stuff that we love, you're never gonna enjoy it. It's gonna totally deflate any kind of enjoyment that you're going to get out of it. And that is unfortunately what's happened to a lot of these fans, a lot of these YouTubers, a lot of these people on social media. They've totally shed any amount of fan decency that they have in favor of the political bitterness that they're going through right now, because they buy into all this agenda crap. And once you buy into all that, you don't have any you don't have any room left in you to enjoy anything. So that was my rant on Masters of the Universe. So sorry, guys, but I'm passionate about Masters of the Universe. I love that series.
Well, as I was going to say, I grew up with briefly the 2002 show, and a while back I read the only copy of the Image Comics run that I read, and if I can make that sort of interpretation over thinking about what Teela's going through in Revelations without even seeing the show, and yet these people who claim to be fans are not trying to think outside of the box they've put themselves in about hyper-politicalization in the current climate, that makes me feel very sad for them, that they don't think more about the story rather than everything else. That unfortunately, yes, there have been some stuff that has been hyper politicized, like Ghostbusters After the Call and stuff like Answer the Call and stuff like that. But because of things like that, unfortunately, it seems to have been ingrained in everyone's minds that politics drives everything, which really is saddening. If I can come up with thinking that's possibly what's going through with that character, and yet these people who say they're fans are thinking, no, she's just an SJW now, and she has an activist haircut, which I think is just horrible. People do this where they did this with Henry Cavill's Superman, where they call him an emo Superman, and it just it gets me a bit personally, because I don't like people saying these things about subcultures or people's haircuts and using it as such negative insults. Really, if I can make an interpretation about that about Tila, and yet these people who claim to be fans are saying it's more politically driven, rather than thinking about the Tila as a person and how she'd react to Adam dying, and just thinking about how Adam has died, and not. They're basically like Tila, unfortunately. They are acting out of anger in their grief towards the character they know having, or think they know, having died. They are just being like Tila with their anger. If I can make an interpretation like that, because I'm thinking more about the character than the politics, unlike these people who have said they're fans all this time, that says a lot about them, unfortunately, I think, where they're not thinking about the lore anymore. They're thinking about what's outside of the show, what's not seeming to be affecting the show, and bring up about Kevin Smith acting like a used car salesman and the like.
Yeah,
they're the people they hate.
Right, and I mean, and to be fair, Tila had a different hairstyle in the 2002 version of the show. She had a different hairstyle in the movie, and she had a different hairstyle in the 80s show, and she's got a different hairstyle in the Kevin Smith remake. So I don't understand, people change their hairstyle all the time. I don't understand what hairstyle has to do with anything, to be honest with you. I mean, so just because she has a short hairstyle in the Kevin Smith sequel that's pushing a feminist agenda. I mean, I don't know. I know a lot of straight women who have short hair. Okay, I'm just saying it's not a new concept to be a straight woman and have short hair. And even if Tila is bisexual, it was established throughout the mythology of He-Man that Tila has always had a thing for Adam. She's always had a thing for He-Man. So I don't know where these people are getting their information from. I don't know what's making them think what they think, because ultimately the mythology says otherwise. Which is why I unsubscribe to a bunch of these losers. It's ludicrous to me.
It's like I was saying, that they're stereotyping people in real life by saying this stuff. They're saying someone has a lesbian's haircut, or that they're being an emo. It's horrible that they are saying stuff like that, but it's kind of out of one's control, really, to tell them they're wrong. Otherwise, they think you're cancelling them on free speech if you speak up about that stuff. I mean, like I said, I'm not that connected to Masters of the Universe as much as I want to be, and She-Ra and Thundercats. But these people who claim to be in these circles longer time than me, being around the same time as you, they're really, like I said, they are becoming the people they claim to be fighting against. That they are the ones complaining, the ones trying to imply.
Right, they're becoming the gatekeepers, essentially. They're becoming, it's a gatekeeper's paradise right now, where again, and I really feel, and I feel bad for Kevin Smith too, because I know Kevin Smith is a big fan of this stuff. I know he grew up on this stuff, and I know this is not the the fate that he wanted for his show. But like I said, if this show were to come out at any other period in history prior to this shitty one that we're living in now,
Yeah.
I don't think he would be met with the kind of response he's getting. This series is good. It's well written. It's well done. The motivations of the characters all make sense, and it lines up very, very well with previously established Masters of the Universe mythology. So all these people complaining are complaining because they're not really Masters of the Universe fans, and they're obsessed with political agendas and all these tropes that have, infatuated the world we're currently living in.
And trying to destroy Kevin Smith's character as well. I'm starting to think that leaked or unearthed clip of him from Comic Book Men saying that he wasn't a fan of him, and he does have this kind of sense of humor where sometimes he'll just say stuff and it doesn't sound like he really means it, but because they've all seen the clip, they're taking it very much at face value, where even though he can be a bit sarcastic in his humor sometimes, it's just like
I gotta stop because I gotta clarify something on here. Well, I thought you were talking about Louis Sandino. No, you're thinking, Showcaz, you're thinking about Louis Centeno. We were talking about a guy named Andre Cedino. Louis Centeno is actually one of my best friends on YouTube. I don't have a bad thing to say about Louis Centeno. Louis Centeno is a great straight up guy. Yeah, you just confused people. This Andre Cedino guy is a completely different individual. Yeah, I think you just got confused there. But in all seriousness, though, no. Yeah, but yeah, that had to be cleared up. So continue, Hugo.
Yeah, it's like I could believe honestly that Kevin Smith, and this is me taking my personal bias that he is one of my top 5 favorite filmmakers aside, I could honestly believe, because he came up from that time, he grew up in the 80s, that he would have watched He-Man, and he would have, being a nerd himself, he would have got into the lore. Everyone talks about him selling out, and some people say, oh, I wish he didn't lose all that weight now because he's become a horrible guy since he lost weight, sold out and everything. And I'm sorry, I've been, for years now, I've just found that term sold out soulless in itself. I don't think anyone sells out anymore. That just people evolve and change, or even if they don't change, it's the person that's saying they sold out. That's not the case. It's like, I just don't like people attacking his character. And I think I start to take it very personally, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, here's my thing too. I've had my issues with Kevin Smith over the years. I haven't been a fan of everything he said or done. I particularly didn't like his partner that he used to do his Fat Man on Batman podcast with. I absolutely can't stand that guy. That dude is very biased and was very biased and negative against us fans of Zack Snyder and Zack Snyder's work. He was very, very rude and condescending towards us and the movement the entire time. And I really haven't, so I really haven't paid attention much to that podcast simply because I do not like his partner at all. And Kevin Smith, but Kevin Smith, for the most part, he's a fan of this stuff. Yeah. And it's obvious that he's a fan of this stuff. He had Wonder Bread He-Man in making a cameo in the finale, in the last episode of the first part that was released. And I can honestly tell you, as a Masters of the Universe fan, the legend of the Wonder Bread He-Man action figure it's like the unicorn. It's like the holy grail of He-Man action figures. And he had a character in that cartoon modeled after the Wonder Bread He-Man. I swear to God, if that's not a fan, I don't know what is. Okay, if that's not showing immense detail in fandom and what in terms of Masters of the Universe, I don't know what is. The legend of the Wonder Bread He-Man is it was a He-Man figure that was designed and created by Wonder Bread, the company that they make bread, right? They make bread that they put in supermarkets. And essentially, the Wonder Bread He-Man was a limited edition figure that was allegedly only available for a very, very limited time. You could order it through like proof of purchases and through like Wonder Bread and different things, but it's very, very rare. And there was, I think there was less than, I want to say, less than 100 made. It was a very, very small number. And occasionally they pop up on eBay for exorbitant amounts of money. I mean, we're talking, if you see one on eBay, it can go from anywhere from $200 to $2,000 or more, depending on the condition that it's in. And essentially, and it's very hard to discern which ones are real and versus which ones are fake. And I've never actually seen a physical Wonder Bread He-Man figure in person. So so it would be like you'd never know if you actually bought one, if you had an authentic one, because you're only going off of, the character models and the sketches that you've seen, that you would have seen online that were released back at the time that, or stuff back in the 80s when they had pictures of it, or when you could order one. And and the fact that he had Wonder Bread He-Man in this cartoon, I was blown away. I was just like, okay, he definitely gets it. But that was an Easter egg that was thrown in for true Masters of the Universe fans. If you catch that and you see that character in there, then you'll know this dude is serious. This dude knows his stuff. It's not about him trying to push any agenda. He's trying to tick all the boxes, and he's trying to make a legendary and worthy sequel. And I really feel like he pulled that off. And I hate feeling like I'm one of the few who's in this camp, because I've been so surprised at some of the YouTubers that I've seen reacting to Masters of the Universe. And we have to welcome the Flicks and the Picks back to the panel. What's up, man? I think he's back. I don't know. Johnny, are you okay? You sleeping back there, bro?
No, I'm just listening to you guys. I would like to chime in on something you guys were talking about a little while ago, and that is about the hairdo. Like, dude, like a lot of nerd dudes, we like chicks with short hair. I'm an artist myself, so when I do a drawing of a character I like, I usually draw her with a cute little punk bob haircut, because that's what I like. At least, you know what I mean. So.
Well, I've dated girls. I've dated girls with that haircut. Okay, so I don't understand the the problem.
I'm a punk. I mean, like all my girlfriends had hair like that. So yeah, exactly.
I don't get it.
I was a punk. I mean, I'm old ass man now.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it, man. They do videos, He-Man and that kind of thing. It's like get the hell out of here. You guys don't know what you're talking about.
Wow. Meme.
See, the thing is that some of those guys
and everything.
Some of those guys like the quartering.
Huh?
Why don't you go ahead?
The quartering, Johnny?
Well, I was just going to say, like, some of those guys like that make those videos like that, they've stuck themselves in a loop where it's just inescapable. They have created an entire culture that only responds to them with their little rage culture bullshit. And the only way they can ever stop doing it now and not completely get their hate-filled mob group of fans to not eat them alive is to just quit and disappear, which they can't do because most of the people have quit their jobs and like made YouTube their job, and their job is basically to find whatever the next new thing is to bitch and cry about, even though they never watched it, never cared about it, maybe even before their time. But oh my God, they gave her a short haircut, so like, oh, let's really piss and moan about that one because the fans want it, because they just need something else to be mad about. And that's the problem with at least the group you're talking about, a lot of them. And yeah, that's why I don't really watch too many nerd channels on YouTube, because like some of them, they just lose their heart and soul because they finally get the attention they wanted out of it.
Yeah, I honestly can understand there's a worry about characters losing their feminine features or their masculine features. It seems to be becoming a bit of a problem in the video game industry, more with the Last of Us Part 2 from what I've seen. But it's like you see this element being a problem in one area, and these people are just, I think I even used to be one of them at one point. You put the problem into these other things where there isn't that problem.
Right.
And I think that's unfortunately like a new disease that's happening. It's something I had to learn to grow out of. I've said before on many streams, I think I was a member of the Fandom Menace. I didn't engage in the activity that they all did, but I realized I was holding around a lot of unnecessary hate for a film I didn't like. And it's taken me a while to repair my relationship with Star Wars, but I realized when I started becoming a member of the Snyder Cut community, this was more my home than the Fandom Menace, because it was more of a utopia. It wasn't perfect, obviously. You couldn't be completely like that, but everyone knew what they wanted to do. And this was even before we knew who the Grifters were and all that and all the fallouts. It felt like it was a much better place to be in, because we were aiming for something properly rather than trying to decanonize a movie and then go after woke culture. With this, we were trying to fight for a man's vision, and we did that. And we're still doing that now. We're even moving on to further goals to do with saving the universe we love. While the Fandom Menace, they make a good trailer based out of clips from movies like Braveheart and coming together to fight a war. But after watching that, you think, really, is that it? It's a great trailer and all, but what are you doing to achieve your goals positively? Are you raising money for suicide prevention? Are you doing something that's not going to negatively impact the way people perceive us fans and nerds? What are you doing positively to achieve what you want to do in order to make a stand?
Yeah, I agree.
Well, they given up on positivity, the folks we're talking about. So yeah, like nothing at all, really.
Yeah.
But I have a healthy skepticism when I find a new nerd channel. Like I'll go and watch like a good 5 or 6 videos before I really like throw a sub or even like throw a thumbs up on one of theirs, because I mean, like they'll reel you in pretty good too, and the next thing you know, they're yelling at you about some shit, you know what I mean? And it's like, God damn it, dude. Can't we just talk about how much we love comic books?
No, we're not allowed to love anything.
He-Man's badass. Yeah, we're not anymore, man.
We can't like anything. If we like something, everything sucks. Everything is steeped in politics. It's all gone to crap. It's terrible. And Sweet Sonia G here says, I'm not a big He-Man fan, but I watched the Masters of the Universe Revelation. I enjoyed the storyline. I am compelled to watch Masters of the Universe. You see? It's a good story. Yeah. It's a good story. And like I said, if you follow my viewing order, you will be in great shape. Just watch the 2002 series, watch a few episodes of the 1980s show. Just make sure you watch the Problem with Power episode last. Make sure you watch that episode and then move on to the Kevin Smith series, and you will understand why I feel the way I do and why I feel like all this hate is just misguided hate based on, like you said, Hugo, based on a lot of things that literally have nothing to do with the actual material itself. And that's essentially what we have. And Papa Brad's Gaming says, going back to that with the open question format, he showed how well versed he was in pop culture, comics, and nerd stuff. Yeah. Kevin Smith, he does that. You know, he does have those Q&As and stuff. You know, and like
the evening with specials that he does. The evening with Kevin Smith.
Oh yeah, that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff is fun. That kind of stuff is funny. You know, he always has a lot of great stories and stuff to tell, and you know, he's definitely into the fan. He's definitely into all this nerd stuff, and I feel like he was more than qualified to do a Masters of the Universe follow-up story. So I really don't, you know. So again, I just feel bad because I feel like, again, if this cartoon were put out at any other point in human history, it would be being hailed as a masterpiece. But because we basically live in the cesspool of everything is political in the world these days, you can't like anything, you can't make anything good, you can't like anything without it being trashed. I'm getting to the point where I give everything the benefit of the doubt now, just because of the way society is. I'm at the point where, like, dude, I may not be the world's biggest MCU fan, but I'm damn sure going to give MCU movies the benefit of the doubt now, because everybody just trashes everything for the sake of trashing it. Oh, it's woke. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. Oh, it's this. I'm tired of all of that, and I can't stand it. So now, if anything, it's just like everything in me as a human being is pushing against all of that, and just wants to try to enjoy stuff for what it was, like I used to do back when we were allowed, Johnny and Hugo, to enjoy stuff, when we were allowed to enjoy comics, when we were allowed to be fans of video games, when we were allowed to like Masters of the Universe. Nowadays, you can't like anything. You get everything gets crapped on such colossal levels that it's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, and Showcast says it right here. He-ma'am, LOL. Yeah, that's what I think. I think that's what Geeks and Gamers was calling it. He-ma'am.
He-man.
He-ma'am. Yeah, He-ma'am. I'm at the point where, like, you know, listen, obviously, I don't know.
Zach said it best about that guy, though. I mean, come on, Zach put him in.
This is reminding me. I've got a lot of channels to unsubscribe to.
Oh yeah, Zack Snyder really he laid them out really good. Yeah. Von Craig, TV Batgirl, short hair, sexy. Yeah, listen, man, there's nothing wrong with short hair.
She was.
There's nothing wrong with short hair.
Just to look at Ruby Rose, I like
Ruby. I love Ruby Rose. Everyone trashes her because of Batwoman. I know Batwoman, even if I haven't watched any of it, I've just watched the one clip from one episode.
It's a terrible show.
Yeah, it's clearly the weakest written of all the Arrowverse shows. But I think Ruby was great in The Doorman. I really loved her in that. And John Reno, he does not phone in his performance. He's great in it too, and the interviews he does behind the scenes about it, he enjoyed his time on there, even if he didn't get much scenery to chew. He did like being there for more than the paycheck.
I mean, and Papa Brad's Gaming says it perfectly here: a loop of hate. That's essentially what it is. It's a constant loop, and you can't get out of it because that's all you do. Your whole grift is based on your hatred of everything. So if you stop hating, you essentially will lose the viewership that you built up based on hating everything. So you have to continue to hate everything. And that's where I like vehemently disagree, because I feel like you should be allowed to be a fan of stuff. There's enough problems in the world and enough issues with politics and race relations and every other goddamn thing going on in the world these days without people having to have it trickle down into your entertainment in a completely negative way. And that's what I can't understand. I don't understand how we got to this point where everything is so deep rooted in under political mud that you can't enjoy nothing. It's just so sad and just it's just horrible. And the funny thing is, we live in a time period where we've never had so much content to consume. We've never had so much, where there's so much stuff for us to watch, to read, to games to play, that we'll never be able to do in our lifetime. And yet, people waste all this time espousing all this negative energy and making everything just political. I just will never understand why it goes in that direction. It's just horrible. And that dude Vince says short hair chicks are hot. Should see the drummer from a rock group I like called Mono Inc. Their drummer is smoking. Well, hey,
Nice.
listen, man. Like I said, I don't have no problem with women with short hair, whether they're lesbian, straight, transgender, whatever. Hey, if it looks good on you, it's your prerogative how you want your hair to be. Listen, I don't have no problem with it, and that's why I say Tila's hair didn't bother me one bit.
No.
Not one bit. That was the least important element. The one criticism that I had of the Masters of the Universe cartoon was, I believe it was Sarah Michelle Gellar who they got to voice Tila, and I didn't think that her voice was right for Tila. I felt like Tila has a much more serious and militaristic voice, and she's a lot more in command and sounds a lot more mature than Sarah Michelle Gellar made her sound. But with that being said, I still didn't mind the characterization of the character. It's just that the voice kind of threw me off a little bit. And Showcase had said earlier that he didn't really like Mark Hamill for Skeletor. I didn't mind it so much because I understood what they were kind of going for. I mean, you're not gonna. They could have did like they did in 2002, where they got a guy to try and sound like what's his name, Alan Oppenheimer, who did the original voice for Skeletor in the 1980s. I think they were trying to go for somebody for a sound alike for the 2002 to make Skeletor sound more like that. But then in this new one, I don't know, maybe they chose Mark Hamill for star power reasons. I don't know. I didn't mind it. I didn't mind it so much. I mean, he would not have been my first choice for Skeletor. I'll give you that. But ultimately, I got used to it, and it really didn't bother me as much as Tila's voice. Tila's voice I had a hard time with, but I even got over that over time too, because I thought, okay, this is who they chose. There was a reason they chose it, maybe because of her emotional responses to certain things is a little more than what Tila is like known for canonically, but ultimately I still think the characterization was on point. So I don't know. I'm very disturbed by this whole Masters of the Universe controversy, especially when you see the other Netflix CGI Masters of the Universe show that they're doing that is completely geared towards 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. It's geared towards little children, and it's totally meant to be funny, goofy, and stupid. So if they want to complain about something, they should complain about that.
They do. They will never be happy, a lot of these people, unless if they notice what Kevin Smith and the other writers are doing in the second half. If something goes the way they like, they won't accept that, oh, we were wrong, we should have waited out and not prejudged. They'll say, they listened to us, we won, we did it, we saved the world, children.
Yeah. These dudes are raging because they're still 50-year-old virgins, never got the girl, hate minorities, hate guys, hate gays, hate anything because they can't measure up in real life, and feel that they're losing the very thing that they have put their ideology in, to pack women, gays, etc., and they're raging about it when it never was a white only, men only fandom. They act girls, POC, etc. Never were into these things until the movies and TV started to include them more. These nerd ragers are idiots. Oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
100%.
that's beautifully put, Showcast.
Yeah,
Beautifully put.
yeah,
I couldn't agree more.
they are 100% idiots. It's ridiculous, and it doesn't make any sense because this is how narrow-minded and how in a bubble all these people live. Girls, I got news for you. We're always fans of this stuff. They just never spoke up about it as much as men. But there were a lot of little girls growing up who were into this kind of stuff. I mean, my sister used to watch He-Man. I used to watch Gem and the Holograms. I mean, you got to understand that when you these kinds of things do appeal to different age groups, different races, different men and women, girls and boys. It's not just meant to be it's not just meant to be a white boys club, which essentially is a lot of what like Showcast is trying to say here. And I don't understand any why do you feel why here's the bottom line, and here's the question that I have to ask. If you were a fan of Masters of the Universe, why do you feel threatened by a strong female lead like Teela? Why do you feel threatened by that? Teela was always a strong female leading character. She was always fighting side by side with He-Man. She was always protecting the king. She was always there. So if you watch the same shows that I did, if you read the same comic books that I did, you should have just as much of an admiration for Teela now as you did back then. I could see if Teela was a brand new character that they just created, that Kevin Smith just created out of thin air for this series, I could see people being upset. I could see people saying, well, yeah, you just made it because you want to, you're trying to push the woke agenda. And even the other female character, I think her name is Audra, the friend of Teela, who's kind of a warrior herself. She's black and and she fights, with. They're building her character up, but I got news for you. She's a canonical Masters of the Universe comic book character, and these idiots don't understand that. They don't know that character actually has a pivotal role in the Masters of the Universe comics. But they wouldn't know that because apparently they're not Masters of the Universe fans.
Since you mentioned her, Zod, as well, I heard as well when people were ranting negatively about Revelations that she shares a look with Teela, and suddenly the people that hate this show have shipped them together. And like I said, they've become the people that they hate. They hate that when Bucky and Steve were being shipped together by fandoms or people in fandoms. And then it was Bucky and Sam, and or it was get Cap a boyfriend, or before that get Elsa a girlfriend, stuff like that. They said, oh, they had one look, they're lesbians now, they love each other. Oh dear, it's so woke.
But again, the whole Teela character has a backstory that proves that she's always been in love with Prince Adam. She's always been in love with Prince Adam. She's always had a thing for Prince Adam. Even if she has bisexual tendencies or she's bisexual, she's always been in love with Prince Adam. That's canonical. That's been established. That's clear. And it's clear in that series too, based on her relationship with Adam and based on her anger over finding out that He-Man and Adam were one and the same. It's essentially a, I don't understand. Again, this is where I say, yeah, politics has ruined everything. We're to a point where you can't, you can no longer be a fan, because your at least for these idiots, your fandom has taken a back seat to your political fears. And essentially now, because you fear these agendas, because you fear these different positions, you are now at a point where you cannot be happy about anything that comes out. It's ridiculous.
And so they just shared a look, so that they're looking for things to freak out about too, because they kind of took an out of context glare that the two characters had with each other, and now all of a sudden, like, it's not that I would be offended either, but like these guys, it kind of shows that they're a little perverted if that's the first thing that they can think of if two people share eye contact. Oh, they fucking. Oh, you know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. But that tells you, and that speaks volumes. I mean, what kind of a human being are you that's the first thing you can think of? If that's the only thing that pops into your head, you have a problem. You clearly have a problem. You need psychological help. You need it. Before you can come out and talk about any of these shows, any of these movies, what y'all need to do is y'all need to go and check yourself in to a psychiatric hospital for no less than 90 days, and then come out and then try to reassess where you are as a fan of these franchises. It's literally gotten that bad. It literally makes no sense how you can glean that much from a look. Look, I don't care if Prince Adam has a threesome with Tila and this other chick. It wouldn't bother me one bit. I don't care if Tila has dabbled with men and women. I don't really care what your sexual orientation is. I don't care what you're into. Your sexual orientation is none of my freaking business. That's the way I've always looked at that kind of a thing. That's why I've never been able to understand people being obsessed with these kinds of scenarios. Because again, what does it matter? What business is it of yours if Tila plays both sides of the blanket? Who cares? I don't understand what that has to do with the character. The character's always been a badass. The character's always been strong. The character's always been reliable. The character's always fought at He-Man's side, has always fought to protect the king. What more do you want from the character? All of that is being depicted here.
And
so
you can imagine that with Adam being out of the picture, with He-Man being away, dead, essentially, I think Tila, in her state of being at the time with the grieving, the anger, she's going to probably want to let off steam sexually, as it can happen to characters in these dark paths.
Here's the thing about Tila. At no point in the series is Tila, disrespecting the character who she was ahead of time. At no point in the show did I ever stop and say, this isn't the Tila from before. I watched this show and I'm like, this is exactly the same Tila from the previous things. This is just her in a different situation. Yeah. And what I don't get is the entire premise of the show is her fighting to make everything right, and she's fighting to basically get back to Prince Adam, to get back to He-Man, to try and right the wrongs that have happened.
That might be the crux of the situation. The show is about her doing this, not about He-Man winning her over or something like that. You got to realize that like all those things matter to these guys. So that might be another reason why they're so angry that it's called He-Man Masters of the Universe, but it's actually a Tila show.
Well, no, it's not. It's actually called, the show is actually called Masters of the Universe Revelations. It's not called He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. It's called Masters of the Universe Revelations. Okay. So it's essentially about everyone. It's not just about He-Man. And here's the thing. As much as these fanboys want to cry and complain about He-Man's role in this series, He-Man has a very big role in the show. And there's a lot in it where you eventually will get, not to spoil it for anybody, but you will eventually get back to that. And at some point, He-Man is going to emerge once again, as we know that he would, because he is that character. And at no point, there's a point in the series, and again, I don't want to spoil it, but I kind of have to spoil it at this point. There's a point in the show where Teela does get back to Prince Adam, gets back to He-Man, and He-Man and Prince Adam makes the decision to leave the afterlife to come back to help them fight, evil, right? And help them get back Castle Grayskull. So what ends up happening is He-Man, Prince Adam comes out of the afterlife, literally leaves paradise or heaven or whatever you want to call it, literally comes back to the land of the living. And at no point when Teela comes back, when He-Man comes back, does Teela diminish who Adam is. In fact, there's this whole subplot about how Teela has to get the Sword of Power reforged because it gets broken when He-Man gets killed. And once the sword is reforged, what does she do? If this was supposed to be about Teela, and it's supposed to be He-Man, and Teela took over everything, why does Teela make the conscious decision to give the Sword of Power back to Prince Adam when Prince Adam leaves the afterlife and rejoins the land of the living? If it was all about her, and it was all about her having all the power, and all about her becoming, master of the universe or whatever, wouldn't Teela, if Kevin Smith was pushing an agenda, wouldn't Teela have taken front and center and become the main character, with He-Man only being secondary? No, she gives the Sword of Power back to He-Man, and that's all I'm gonna say. She gives the Sword of Power back to Prince Adam. I don't want to spoil any more because there's a lot that happens, but let's just say that again, I didn't see at any point in the series Teela acting out of character. Okay, Teela still in that instance stays true to who her character is and understands, how important a role Prince Adam as He-Man has to the universe as a whole. So I don't understand. I just didn't understand what the big deal was. I was like, well, she gave the sword to Prince Adam, so clearly she's not trying to steal the spotlight from He-Man. She knows that the world still needs him.
Yeah, it is like we've been saying, is that these characters, especially Teela, are all in the headspace they're in at the moment because of Adam's death, because of He-Man's death. And I've seen out of context scenes being shown around on the internet along with all the Kevin Smith stuff where Teela is having a go at Adam. She's angry, and it's just a very human thing that she's doing. They're not thinking about that. They're thinking she's just trying to talk down to Adam and say that because she's saying his death and how it affected her is his fault. It's only because she's lashing out, obviously, because it's a very human thing to do. If you suddenly say that about, and finding out that he was He-Man all along, feeling she was lied to with a secret like that, that's going to happen to anyone who feels that way. And if they meet a friend or family member somehow in the afterlife and they find out about this secret they were not told about after years of knowing this person, they don't feel like they know them anymore after this revelation, as the title gives off. Of course she's going to act like that. She lost her best friend. She's lost the man she loved. And she found out they're the same person. I mean, what if that was Mary Jane or Gwen Stacy finding out Peter was Spider-Man, but after Spider-Man had sacrificed himself and through other means, they were able to talk through the afterlife. And they found out that he died saving the universe, but he never told them that he was Spider-Man. And obviously he would have done that out of safety, as he does. And I'm sure that's why He-Man didn't tell tell Tila that.
They actually did, and they
I
actually
don't
did
know.
have a conversation. Yeah, they
Yeah, they
actually
did,
had a
yeah.
conversation They actually had a conversation in the afterlife, and it was
Exactly.
between the two of them, and it was a beautiful, very poignant conversation. And at one point, Prince Adam says the best thing he could have said. He tells her, "I'm sorry," and then he's like, "I died." Like he really, like it really was one of those things where it was just like you could understand like the emotion, and the example you gave, Hugo, was perfect with the what about Mary Jane or Gwen Stacy finding out Peter was Spider-Man after the fact. You're at that point, it's like now you don't have a chance because now he's gone, and you can't you're going to have a difficult time coming to grips with that. Of course, you're going to have a lot of emotions and things that are going to be at play. And, Tila had unfortunately found out, that He-Man and Adam were one and the same after He-Man had made his sacrifice. But it's just such a, crazy scenario. And it's like, you would think a story like this, a story that's so deeply layered and well written, would be well received by people that actually enjoyed that storyline as a kid. And I just don't get it. I'm completely floored because I scratch my head and I have to ask the question, what did these people want? What do these people want out of a sequel series? Because I mean,
I imagine it may have just been the same old to them with a few Saturday morning quips and all that. But I don't think everyone's framing it like Tila's in the right for those emotions. It's not about her being in the right, I'm sure. It's more about the fact that it's natural for her to feel that way towards Adam. It's natural for her to lash out. She's had so much weight on her shoulders with his absence in the world that she's such a broken person, as is everyone in Eternia. It does sound like I've watched the show, but it's just because everyone's just spinning it. These people just like it's the worst thing ever, when it's very much reflective of real life. People would react that way to something. If someone has that massive effect on them in their world and suddenly they're taken away from them and they find out they hold this secret that they never knew about, like we said, it's a range of emotions going on, and a death of someone you love can really shape you in either the best or worst ways, no matter how you react from the actual event of them dying. It's like these people have forgotten that real life informs stories a lot and gives great inspiration to these things, and they want characters that react naturally to each other. I'm sure Tila would automatically react to something like that in that way. It's very natural.
She is one of those characters who essentially is now, she was put in a position that she didn't ask to be put into, and when she essentially turns her back on the whole kingdom and turns her back on Eternia, it is essentially because of the grief that she's going through in combination with having been lied to for so long about He-Man. Again, all these people need to do is go back and watch the 1980s episode of He-Man, which a lot of these supposed fans probably haven't watched. They need to watch the episode, The Problem with Power. Once they've seen that episode, they will understand the depth of the relationship that was built up between Tila and He-Man, and they will understand why Tila takes it so hard when she finds out that He-Man and Adam are one and the same. And Hot Takes Tuesday wants to know if Adam is gay in this. No, I didn't get that. I don't get that vibe from Prince Adam at all. That he's gay. And even if he is, I mean, whatever. It's not really an issue. It doesn't really play into any of the story. And I don't really see. I think the whole idea, like back in the 80s, they made, the idea of Prince Adam was to make him meek and unassuming. so that nobody would ever suspect that Prince Adam and He-Man were the same person. And the idea was to make their personalities as different as possible. A lot like, Superman and Clark Kent. And actually, I would say that the He-Man and Prince Adam, duality is a lot more convincing than the Superman Clark Kent duality, because because Prince Adam doesn't become super buff and powerful and strong until he becomes He-Man. But he's not depicted as a complete weakling who can't fend for himself. He essentially starts off as just kind of like a sniveling kid in like the 2002 cartoon. You get the idea that he's very selfish. He's learning about himself. He's learning about those around him. He's learning about his family, and essentially he basically becomes the character that you see him as in the 1980s TV show. So it seems like it feels like to me that the 2002 is essentially a spiritual prequel to the 1980s show. It just has that. It just has that. It really has a seamless vibe to it, and you essentially, and a lot of the character designs are very, very similar, and a lot of the things are done very, very well. But if you actually do that, and then you actually watch the 1980s show after you've watched 2002, you'll feel it a little more. And I hope I hope you get a chance to do that, Hugo, because I think it will be, I think it'll be amazing. Again, Showcast says, again, proves my point in them being 50-year-old virgins. They clearly never been around girls and women. If they think any attention from them means something sexual, only a teen boy thinks that until he gets his first girlfriend. Dude Vince says, I'm not convinced any of these YouTubers are actually fans of anything. Yeah, that's a beautiful point. Amen. Too. I mean, it really does get to a point where you realize
at this point they're not.
They're not. They hate
now, so
everything.
If they were fans of it,
right? Yeah, I agree.
Because like I was saying, I do really want to get into the Masters of the Universe lore and Thundercats as well, and She-Ra. I'm now thinking if Kevin Smith had the license for She-Ra with Netflix, imagine they had her thrown in at the finale of Revelations, and it would be like, it wouldn't feel earned towards these fans. They just think, oh, they're bringing She-Ra in now, they're going to ruin her like the other animated show did. They would build up more preconceptions to ruin it for themselves. Because if they did bring in She-Ra in, I think that'd be awesome, because apparently everyone loves the He-Man She-Ra crossovers. They've never been
well, one of the crossovers that I liked was in the 1980s. They actually made a He-Man and She-Ra movie called The Secret of the Sword, where they actually teamed them up together, and it was very good. It's an animated movie that crosses over the characters, and it's really good. It's really well done. Hot Takes Tuesday says, do you hate Shang-Chi too? Hate Shang-Chi's on. No, Hot Takes Tuesday, I have not seen Shang-Chi, and as I said earlier, you must have gotten here really late, because we had a big discussion about Shang-Chi. I know I'm not that far behind on the chat. We had a really big discussion about Shang-Chi, and I'm actually looking forward to seeing the film. I'm not hating on it at all. I haven't seen it, so I don't have anything negative to say about it. Kupi Malik says, Showcase Visionaries, what are those? And Showcase says, well,
they were cool.
Yeah, they were cool. Well, Mary Jane knew Peter Parker was Spider-Man before he told her.
Or even a hypothetical example, I mean, MJ was quite street smart in her own way, of course, but you've got to think about it, trying to use that as an average example. I could have said Lois Lane finding out about Clark being Superman would have been probably better, but it's the same thing. Even if MJ was to figure out, it's like Lois did that when she had signs in different whether it's the Golden Age or whatever. But it's like when you finally find out, if you were thinking it was the right answer, you find out it's still depending on who you are, it's going to be like a huge revelation.
And Sweet Sonia G says, Good
Good
night,
night,
good night,
Sonia.
Joey, Johnny, Hugo, and guys in the chat. I'm about to close my eyes. I'll see you all Thursday's show. Take care. Good night, Sweet Sonia G. Thank you for coming. I hope you were indulging in some edibles while you were enjoying the show. And Nick and Lex, what's up? This is another. Nick and Lex are a husband and wife YouTuber team. They make some fantastic videos. If you haven't checked them out, they do a lot of YouTube videos about music. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend them. They are awesome. I am currently and have been for a long time subscribed to Nick and Lex. Nick and Lex say, I love Kevin Smith's Masters of the Universe, man, and I watched the 80s He-Man episodes hundreds of times. Exactly. And if you watch the 80s show and you love the 80s show, you absolutely should love Revelations. Like I said, if this was any other time period, I don't think you would have this background. Oh, it would be, listen, it would be a freaking masterpiece. People would be screaming from the rooftops about how great it is. I honestly, it's so bad nowadays. It's terrible. I feel horrible for him. I'm like, Kevin, why couldn't you have done this like right after the 2002 series ended? Why couldn't you have done this then, before we got hit with all this wokeness, politics, and all this crap that we're getting now? I mean, all this stuff that we're getting now.
I hope this doesn't scare him. I hope this doesn't scare him away. There's one thing. Showcast talked about it a second ago. Captain Power. I would love to see Kevin Smith do a hardcore Captain Power for Netflix, where he gets pissed off because of how bad the ecology is right now, and he starts actually doing some damn ass kicking, like a pissed off Captain Planet. All about fixing what's wrong right now, because that would be such a good cartoon, because like a lot of people give it crap because the old one was so cheesy, but I think if like somebody like Kevin Smith actually took it and did like a really, really kind of brutal, angry Captain Planet comic based on what's going on in the world right now with the what's going on with the planet, and I think that should be a hit. Of course, the people we're already bitching about would hate it because it'd be woke, because they believe in climate change, which isn't real according to them. But at the end of the day, I still would really love to see Kevin Smith do Captain Planet.
I want to see, but I think one of the people mentioned Kevin Smith doing a Captain Power reboot. Now that I would like to see, because I love Captain Power. Captain Power.
Oh, the ships were so cool.
God.
And you could shoot the light at your TV. Like, it was like interactive. You could actually like play with the like actual toy of the ship with the actual TV, and you could shoot the ships down or something. I forgot what the light.
The game was, it was an interactive like light gun kind of a game, and you could have and it was a tape that you would put into a VHS machine, and you'd put the cassette tape in the VHS machine, and you'd play the video. And you could use the light gun, and you could have it was all synced up, so you could destroy the ships. And Captain Power was brilliant. Captain Power was ahead of its time, and Captain Power has a nice little Babylon 5 connection that I get very, very excited about whenever I think about it.
Really?
Yes, it does. It has a Babylon 5 connection. Babylon 5 is actually mentioned on Captain Power, and Captain Power actually came out a decade or so prior to Babylon 5. So I'm just saying, I'm to the point where I literally, like, when it comes to Captain Power, when it comes to Captain Planet, when it comes to Masters of the Universe, when it comes to any of this stuff, the reality is, if you're a fan of it, don't let anybody cry all over your fandom, because honestly, this is the problem. Everybody is coming in here with their negative vibes, trying to piss on any and everything, and it's really, really sad, because it essentially makes it essentially ruins things for people in ways that, they don't deserve their stuff to be ruined. So if I were you and if you're subscribed, getting back on topic of our main topic, I know we went off topic quite a bit here tonight, but getting back on topic, if you're subscribed to any of these people who are negatively influencing you and making you not want to check out stuff that you like, that you're a fan of, or stuff that you may be into, the hell with them. You need to do your own thing, unsubscribe to them immediately, and love what you love, because at the end of the day, that's all that matters. All that should matter to you is how you feel about something. How somebody else feels about it, it's their personal problem, and that's none of your business. When I think of people like Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, the first thing that pops into my mind is his whole shtick is negativity. His whole shtick is hating, because that's what he built his Geeks and Gamers empire on. Hating everything. So if you build your empire on hating everything, you have to continue hating on everything, and you can't really like anything, because once you start liking anything, that's changing what you are known for. That's changing what people see you for. So essentially, once you go down that road, now you're going to start losing subscribers, because you're essentially backing out of what people tuned into you.
Oh, they'll eat him alive when he does.
Oh yeah. And I know he has a hard time, because I know that he has come out recently speaking positively about certain things that he actually liked, and I don't know how that's really working out for him. Because when you turn things on your head and say that you actually like something, now it's like you're pouring cold water on the hate brigade, and that's not really what
they're into.
Saying that he likes playing Mario Kart, because that was an established thing in Geeks and Gamers lore, that the team all love playing Mario Kart, and that's the happy.
Well, he also really liked the Snyder Cut too, by the way. So go figure. I'm kind of perplexed by that too. Essentially, okay, you like the Snyder Cut. You guys had your fallout with Zack Snyder, but you love the Snyder Cut, and you've got a lot of positive things to say about that. So even Geeks and Gamers has gotten to a point where they've kind of pivoted a little bit on the negativity side. So essentially, it's kind of like, eventually you can't stay negative all the time. Eventually, you have to turn it around, because you have to like something. Sooner or later, there's going to be something that you're going to like, even if you are known for basically hating everything. So, I mean...
Yeah, you get too negative about stuff. And from personal experience, it destroys you from within. And you don't need that in your life. If you embrace so much hate, it's going to stop you loving yourself. Let alone the things that you love, that you grew up with.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Rushman asked this question to the panel: has anyone watched the Don Cheadle version of Captain Planet?
No, but that was what I wanted to say, was that maybe Don Cheadle should be Kevin Smith's Captain Planet, voice him, and all the teenagers that used to follow him around, and they should be all grown up and sort of they're all kind of gone their separate ways. They're all depressed now.
Well, I don't know if any of you guys watch Rick and Morty, but Rick and Morty had an episode this season where they kind of played with the whole Captain Power thing, and they had it be a female version of Captain, not Captain Power, but Captain Planet, like a female version of Captain Planet that was all about the environment and stuff. And it was pretty amazing stuff. And it was done in in true Rick and Morty style. So if you guys are a fan of like Rick and Morty, that's
yeah.
Marcus Cruz says, "Sorry, Zod, for being delusional on the last stream. I just love Miley, but I need to wake up to in reality." Look, man, nobody is attacking you for what you love and what you're into, Marcus. You're a cool dude. I gave you a wrench. You're a mod now. You're cool, dude. Don't worry. Nobody's against you for liking Millie. That's
Yeah, we all have celebrity wank wishes, man. When I was a kid, when I was your age, I was all about Winona Ryder. So it's kind of funny. Like, it's back to Stranger Things, man. 7 degrees of shit. That's
well, yeah.
crazy.
If Stranger Things were around at that time, Winona Ryder probably would have been in it.
She is.
Yeah, she would have been 11. Well, no, she would have been 11.
Yeah, like an 11-year-old. That's what I'm saying. She would have played Millie probably.
Or maybe she would have played what's her name, the reporter girl, Nancy. Nancy, get out of my dark room. That chick.
Oh, Marcus, I love Bobby Brown too. But then the bias there, I like to support my fellow countrymen and women, but in the acting industry,
You like her in the biblical sense.
She's just
the biblical sense. Yes, yes.
She's just amazing, and
I wanted to comment on this. Showcast said the Babylon 5 creator would want to it since he created Captain Power. Yes, he did create Captain Power, but the fact that he actually references Babylon 5 in Captain Power a good decade before Babylon 5 ever happened is phenomenal. Like that threw me for a loop. I actually went back, and when somebody had mentioned that, I actually dug up and went back and found that episode of Captain Power and watched the episode where Babylon 5 was mentioned, and I nearly fell off my chair.
That's like Quentin Tarantino when he had Uma Thurman and John Travolta talking about the plot of Kill Bill in Pulp Fiction.
Right. You know, when you see stuff like that, little in-universe stuff from the same writer, yeah, it's really great stuff to see. And like I said, that is, that's brilliance. I mean, that's brilliant because J. Michael Straczynski had no way of knowing that he was going to eventually be able to do Babylon 5. He always wanted to do Babylon 5, and he pitched it in the early 80s as an idea to Paramount for a Star Trek series, and they turned it down, and then ironically did Deep Space Nine. And the rumors are that they basically took the Bible for Babylon 5 that Straczynski had left them and used some of those ideas for Deep Space Nine. And while I will agree with some that some of that may be possible, I can say, as a fan of both Deep Space Nine and Babylon 5, that they are both two very, very, very different shows.
Yeah.
Babylon 5 being the superior of the two, if you ask me, but they're both very different, and the only thing that they really have in common is they both start out taking place on a space station. That's basically really the only similarities that I really see. You know, when you break down the two shows. And Showcast says, but credit goes to Kupi Malik. He brought Captain Power up, not me. Yeah, Captain Power's amazing. Captain Power's amazing. Showcast says negative influences, that's what they are. Yes, absolutely. Negative influences that you should not allow into your life. Marcus Cruz says Jeremy is losing subscribers. His audience is finally waking up from the reality that he put those people in. Yeah, you know what? Here's the thing, man. I'm not going to trash on geeks and gamers too much. I know they get a lot of hate, and a lot of times it's rightfully so, but they do like stuff. They do like stuff, and when they do like stuff, it is actually nice to see them. It is nice to see them nice to see them be positive, because it's such a rarity. You don't see it often enough. So when they're actually positive about something, it's very interesting. And Showcast says, again, negative influences, that's what they are. And Papa Brad's Gaming says, Zod, thanks for the kick-ass show. Zod is right. A right time to Zod is right time to unsubscribe. LOL. Well, Papa Brad's Gaming, I hope you don't unsubscribe to me because I did give you a wrench, made you a mod for the show. You're always here. I appreciate you being here. I'm so glad you got your electricity back and you are whole again as far as your electricity. Being without electricity absolutely sucks. So I'm glad that you're back where you need to be. And that dude Vince says, Morty finally got laid. Speaking of Rick and Morty, yeah. Koopy Malik says, Showcaz, negative influencers. That's a pretty accurate assessment. Marcus Cruz says, Millie Bobby Brown's boyfriends have been bad so far, except for Jake Bon Jovi, who I wish will not break her heart. Showcaz says
He will.
He will eventually, and they're gonna find.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah, they're gonna find something inappropriate in his stomach too, just like they did his dad. Showcase says never confuse the actress with the character. It doesn't end well. Marcus Cruz said the problem Zod with Geeks and Gamers is that they always say everything is woke and SJW. Yeah, I know they apply that to so many different franchises, and sometimes it's completely misguided. And like I said, I'm at the point now, Marcus, where I just want to watch everything and give everything a fair shake. I don't want to even think about any of that stuff. I don't want to insert modern day tropes or politics or anything of that nature into the shows at all. I want to watch
allegorical. It always works best when it's allegorical.
Yeah, exactly. And that dude Vince, Star Trek today on the 8th. Hopefully we get a Strange New Worlds trailer. That would be cool, Vince. I would like to see a trailer for Strange New Worlds. I'm holding out hope that I will enjoy Strange New Worlds. I absolutely love Anson Mount as Captain Pike. I love the idea of going to the early years of the Enterprise. I think it's going to be nice. I can't wait to see it. Papa Brad's Gaming says never unsub to Zod. I sure hope not. Like I said, I usually get at least one unsub every show. So I feel like if I do 400 shows, I'll eventually lose every subscriber I have.
I probably helped you lose about 5 tonight, so I'm feeling good.
All right, well, hey, man, everybody.
I'm joking.
Everybody does their part, man. Showcase says, I don't know. DS9 is similar to Babylon 5 about the captain having to fulfill a destiny. That was the same. Well,
little bit.
Little bit, but
Babylon 5's like such a religious allegory. It goes deep into that stuff. And Babylon 5, and Deep Space Nine, it kind of plays with more modern political ideals.
And the whole thing with Cisco eventually is the whole idea of Cisco is that he eventually becomes this like prophet entity kind of a thing. It's much deeper on Babylon 5 than it is through DS9. And of course, and there's a lot more to Babylon 5 in terms of mythology than there is with Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine is just a Star Trek show that throws in some of those tropes. So while I will agree that Deep Space Nine probably did borrow some things from Babylon 5, they are still two very, very different animals. Totally. And Papa Brad's Gaming says, thanks for the wrench. No problem, man. Hey, like I said, you're always here and you're always welcome. And I love having you here, Brad. It's awesome. Like when I get you and Console Fanboy on here, I'm a happy dude. This is a fun show to do. And Showcast says, congrats, becoming a mod to Papa Brad's Gaming. And Rushman says, thank you, Zod, for the show. Thank you, Johnny. Gotta go in name of Holy Trinity of BS, Dave, Chris, and Garza, and Prophet Enosh, and the Nerd Witches. Have a good day, everyone. All right, you too, Rushman. Have a good day, bro. Thank you so much for being on tonight. Your insight was very welcome. And Koopy Malik says, I'm a geek and gamer, but I don't subscribe to Geeks and Gamers. Yeah, I can totally understand. That dude Vince says I meant Star Trek Day is the 8th. Yeah, Star Trek Day. yeah, I'm hoping we get a trailer for Strange New Worlds. I'm a big Star Trek fan, so I hope we get a. I hope Strange New Worlds is awesome. And Marcus Cruz says, "Man, if I became her boyfriend, Marcus, I'm pulling for you, dude. That's dope. I hope you become her boyfriend too.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. I would love to be able to say, I know,
We should
I know Millie Bobby Brown's boyfriend. That's awesome. Hugo, are you sweeping some stuff up right now?
No, I was washing my face. I've been brushing my
Oh,
teeth.
it sounded like you were sweeping up.
Oh.
You were sweeping up some stuff. I don't know.
I thought he was printing something with an old dot matrix printer. Is what it sounded like to me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that works too. And Papa Brad's Gaming says thanks, Showcast. Koopy Malik says congrats to Papa Brad's. And Marcus Cruz says Matrix looks dope. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for what they do. This next Matrix movie can't be worse than the last two. So I honestly feel like they've got nowhere to go but up. To be honest, I can't. I'm like, it's got to be good. Papa Brad's Gaming says, Zod, you had some great rants tonight about hate streamers that should be sampled. It was so good, seriously. Yeah, I wish I was good at editing. I would break little bits up and I would upload them to YouTube, but I'm a horrible editor. When it comes to that stuff, I just don't understand it. I don't understand the numerics of it. I don't understand all that editing stuff. I know a guy who's like really good at editing. He's a whiz. He can look at those graphs and edit based on graphs. I just don't know. I'm not good at that. So I do live streams, so I don't have to edit.
If you get Audacity, I could teach you in about a half hour how to edit one of these things down pretty easily. I'm not like amazing at it, but like I used to do it for my old show, so I could teach you how to do it if you want to learn, dude.
Okay, well, man, maybe one of these days, but right now I'm totally content with doing live streams. To be honest with you, it's like man, I love live streams so much because I love being able to interact with all of you, and it's one of those things where like I just feel like I can get all my feelings out and all my opinions out about a subject in a given night without much issue. And people literally uploading hundreds of videos. You got guys literally uploading like 20 or more videos per week. It's like I'll just do a live stream. I mean, what's the big deal? Marcus Cruz says they are going to make the Black Manta actor and Will Smith's daughter the chosen one in the new Matrix, not Keanu.
Nope, Adam Driver.
I said Will Smith's daughter.
I said that.
I said Will Smith's daughter a long time ago. Have they actually confirmed that? I did say that Will Smith's daughter would be the one. The one. She would be the new main character. And when I said it, I was just joking.
I just hope she acts better than her brother.
But if it's actually true, I feel like I'm some sort of a prophet. Datude Vince says I used Audacity earlier to pull some sound bites for a parody I was working on. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I
got me concerned about my She-Ra Revelations finale crossover now. So.
Oh my goodness! So the thing that you all should come away with tonight, that all of you that have spent over 4 hours with us here tonight on this show, listening to us, the whole thing about unsubscribing is, it's if people make you feel a certain way, and if they change the core of who they are and what made you subscribe to them in the first place. I mean, that's what it's all about for me anyway.
It's all about entertainment, just like with films. Like, make sure you're being entertained. Like, if these guys are hating on something and you agree with them, that's fine. That power to you. You know what I mean? Every now and then, I find a rant video where I'm just like, yeah, along with the dude. But I'm not gonna sit there and listen to him. I don't want to hear that guy bitch about everything, though. You know what I mean? So there's a line you need to draw. But at the end of the day, just make sure that the people that you are watching and you're giving your time and your effort to are at least doing something for you. They're entertaining you, or they're at least keeping you informed in some way. That's not just speculation or their own little petty, angrily, hateful bullshit rants. Like that's my big takeaway for all you guys, if you care.
Yeah. Zod, are you a Scot or a Saxon? No, I'm actually Cuban. I'm actually Cuban and white, to be honest with you.
Oh, cool.
I thought you were a Highlander, man. I thought you were from.
But I might, but I might,
from-
but I might be, but I might be, yeah, I might be a Highlander for all I know. I mean, I try to, you know, Papa Brad's Gaming says, I loved Morpheus, and I've been paying attention to your word choices. Well, I'm glad that you're paying attention to my word choices. I try to speak in a manner that people can understand. I try not to, you know, slur my words too much. I hope I didn't break up too much tonight. And I hope I wasn't incoherent. And I hope I didn't ramble too much, because I tend to ramble sometimes. But I really think that, again, this whole concept that we're talking about tonight is really a good one. And I think people often have to think about it. They have to think about what it is. Like, do you want to devote your time to, certain types of YouTubers? And the reason I wanted to do this show is because I've unsubscribed to so many people over the last couple of weeks. It's ridiculous. I must have cut my YouTube subscribership down to about, God, it's got to be less than half of what it was. Seriously, because if I went to a channel I was subscribed to, and I didn't recognize the channel or couldn't remember why I was subscribed, I unsubscribed immediately. I mean, do you ever have those channels where you go to a channel and you like one particular video and you agree with something so strongly at that time that you subscribe to that person, but then you never go back and watch another video again? So it's almost like it was like an impulse subscription kind of a thing.
Yes, but then I do try and make the effort to go back from the very beginning. That's just me, though. I just want to know more about the people that I found through one video in 2017, stuff like that. That was me with Jenna Marbles, and now I get a bit emotional thinking about her and how much I miss her being active, because she was so funny and warm.
Oh, that's another thing. I'm glad you mentioned that, Hugo, because that's another aspect of this I wanted to talk about. One of the types of groups, and that's great, Hugo. Seriously, one of the things that I think about often is people who I subscribe to who are no longer active, who haven't been active in like a year or longer. I would never unsubscribe to those people because I don't know what those people are going through in their life right now. Maybe they're going through a hardship. Maybe they've got some stuff going on. Maybe they haven't been able to, maybe they got sick with this crap that's been going around. Maybe they're involved in something. There could be any number of things that have happened to these people that would keep them from being able to produce content. And as long as they were true to themselves at the time that I was subscribed to them, and their videos were, what they were, and they were those people up to their last video, I would never unsubscribe. And what's good about it is that a lot of times they don't take their channel down. They just don't add any more videos. But it's sad when somebody who is good and who is real and who you like and who you miss no longer updates content. I know there's a few people on YouTube that I would be absolutely devastated if they were to just automatically at some point just stop doing content. I think that would be sad.
It's like with Jenna, people say she cancelled herself because of past controversies that weren't even controversies. It was just she did stuff that she grew out of, she wasn't proud of, looking back as a bit older than she was when she made certain videos or sketches or skits, like stuff in blackface. I mean, no one looks back on those things fondly. She didn't cancel herself because cancel culture is not real, like the Hamadaverse. It's a lie we've learned to believe. She was basically bullied off the internet. That's how I look at it, and I'm not changing my perspective on it because she's such a warm and sweet and lovely woman. At least how she presents herself online with her boyfriend Julian and the podcast as well. She's very intelligent and articulate on the podcast, especially when her main channel, it's mostly just wacky stuff, like what's she going to do to her nails today, or stuff like that, acrylics, or what's she going to do to Julian today, like put him in drag makeup or stuff like that when she was active. But then you see the podcast she do with Julian on that channel, and she's very smart. She's incredibly well informed, or her opinions are just very sound. It's a massive loss to YouTube that she's no longer active anymore. And I remember seeing that video. She was in tears talking about how she would be leaving but keeping the channel up. And people ask Julian every day about how she's doing, and he's not answering questions anymore. He's just saying that she's doing better now. But I mean, I understand we all genuinely miss her, and it sucks that.
Well, that's how I would feel. I'm going to tell you right now, that's how I would feel if Belle Reeve were to quit YouTube.
Me too.
How you just described this woman is how I would feel if Belle Reeve quit YouTube. You and I would have an emotional chat. You and I'd have a private emotional chat where we'd both be crying. I would be in tears because that's how I feel about Belle Reeve. She's so wonderful. She's such a kind-hearted person. She's so great. She puts out wonderful content, and I love every time I have a chance to jump on any of her live streams or do anything. I think she's fantastic. I absolutely would. That's how I would feel if she were to quit. If she were to quit YouTube, it would just be a travesty. And I don't know what I would do. I'd be depressed beyond belief. But yeah, I mean, and that's how it is. It's like you get to a point with some people where you just get attached to them and the type of content that they do, and it's just so sad when they don't when they end up leaving. Leaving for whatever reason. And anything can happen, again, like I said, to get somebody to leave or to quit doing this. Do you have a YouTuber like that, Johnny, that you would be devastated if they quit making content?
Oh, there's actually one. His videos got pulled because they were considered too disturbing. He's a Dutch film reviewer. His name's Horrible Reviews, and for a while YouTube actually had him banned. And I was just completely gutted because he is so funny. I love the way he kind of talks about the films that he does talk about, because they are hard to watch films. And he has a very clever sense of humor where he is not mocking them or being crude, but like he can make you actually feel a little comfortable and giggle while he's talking about these things. And yeah, I was really, really sad when YouTube pulled him. And I don't really watch too many other like live streamers and stuff that aren't my friends, and most of them do stuff like us. So you know what I mean? I guess I would miss if they quit doing it, but at the same time, like I got so many friends that do comic tubes live streams, so I'm a dick, I guess.
No, man. I just wondered because, like, and this is where it is. There's always that one YouTuber, and and like I said, I mentioned Belle Reeve, and then there's one other honorable mention I'd like to mention, because there's a YouTuber out there, a video game YouTuber by the name of Bithead 1000. Who I've been following him for, I would say, the last 11 years. And all I can say is that I watch his videos. He tries to put out content like twice a week. So I watch his videos so much. I feel like I know, I feel like I know the guy, personally. I've had a couple of interactions with him online, and he's a really cool, down to earth guy. I sent something to his channel once, and he's a really great person. And he's another one that if he were to quit making content, I'd be completely bummed out too, because he's one of my top YouTubers. So I have to say, for YouTube content creators, I have a section on my channel that is just called channels. It's a tab on my channel called channels, and when you click on that, you'll see I think I'd say there's about 18 right now who are on my list of top YouTuber channels. So I'm gonna read them off right now, because this is all very poignant and important to the show that we're doing right now. Number one on my featured channeled list is none other than Johnny, Graphic Vandalism. Johnny and I have been friends for so long. He is my number one featured channel. He's my co-host on the ZodWriter show. He's here all with me almost all the time. I love doing shows with him. Johnny and I have been doing content together for so many years. It's hard for me to remember a time that him and I weren't doing content together. So I got Johnny as number one on my featured channels. Then I have To Die For, Bobby Vu, the man who built me my Mortal Kombat arcade. Then I have Console Fanboy, who all of you know as Zohar. And then I have Still Abdul Inc. Then I have Belle Reeve, all these people I consider to be indispensable. I then have Bithead 1000, Papa Brad's Gaming, The Truth 31, Will Rollins, Mr. West Ashley, Lord Koj, The Louis Centeno Show, El Davina Vega, Nick and Lex, The Ambassadorial Wing, Resident Justice, Oh My Diaz, Neo Severa, and Chauncey K. Robinson. All of these people are my top YouTube creators. They're all people who I will go to, and I will watch their content. I will retweet their stuff when they post stuff. I'll like their stuff. I will always support them. It's one of those things where everybody has a core group of people who they go to on YouTube, who they like a lot. And I'm to the point where you have just as many people that you consider to be indispensable as you do people that you can't stand to be subscribed to anymore. And that dude Vince says that's how I'd feel about Uzod, Saggy, and Enosh, the main three channels I watch outside of Fluffy Talks. Oh, Fluffy Talks. That's a real channel.
Vince is a furry. I wouldn't have guessed. That's the only conclusion I could jump to with that one. So right on. I'm kidding.
That's a real channel though. Wow. Okay, cool. And Neo7 says, I love horrible reviews. And Papa Brad's Gaming says, as someone new to making YouTube videos, I can say it's a lot of work. You do not realize as a viewer how much work goes into making content. And Papa Brad's Gaming says, wow, I am on the list. Oh my God, thank you, Zod. Hey man, I completely support you, Papa Brad. You're a great dude. You've been a great dude as long as I've known you, and I swear to God, man, your videos are awesome too. Everybody, like, I can't even imagine. Like I said, it's for me. My list may have surprised a lot of people because I don't think a lot of people realize it's like when you do your channels tab on YouTube, it's specifically there for you to showcase other channels that you frequent or you support or you want other people to be made aware of. And I don't think that gets enough love or gets enough attention. I think people, that's one of the first things I look at when I go to somebody's YouTube channel. One of the first things I do is I go to that channels tab to see who they have listed there, because some people don't have anything there, and some people have just anybody that they're subscribed to automatically, and they never pay attention to that tab. but a lot of people that really want to make their channel and want to showcase other people's channels have the people that they are subscribed to and who they value the most when it comes to YouTube subscriptions. And so for me, I feel like, my list is small, and it's not super huge, but that's the whole point. You want that list to be special. You want that list to be the people that you are, that you feel deserve the most recognition. And I think that's great that everybody has their list. Do you have a list of specific YouTubers, Hugo, apart from the woman you mentioned, that you would feel a certain way if they were to stop doing content at this point?
Oh yeah, I have what I like to collectively call the Black Trinity, because they've all got black in their names. Daz Black, he's a British YouTuber who was known for really on the platform Vine originally, and then he moved to YouTube as Vine was shutting down. He was one of the, like Liza Koshy, he was one of the best things that came out of Vine. So
okay.
People think of the legacy of Vine being the Paul brothers. The true talent Liza and Daz were what made Vine popular for everyone. He's great. He usually does more gaming these days, and I need to go back to watching him.
Oh, okay.
It's him and Black Friday. She's a goth girl from New Zealand that I discovered her around 2015, 2016. We sometimes talk on her live streams, me in the chat, really. And she's a wonderful woman. It's like Jenna, just absolutely inspirational woman, and she's incredible. And she's going to be a mother soon. It's like the fates have all aligned for her. I'm really happy for her. And the other one is Emma Blackery. She's a singer first, YouTuber second, but she's really great as well. I'm still trying to finish reading her book Feel Good 101, which is like it's like a self-help book, but it's more like it's not a self-help book, if you get me.
Oh, okay.
They don't do the job. That it's more like it's like an anti-self-help book, but it's a really good read.
Okay.
Those three are like at my top with Jenna and Julian as well. And then there's you guys who I've met in the Snyderverse community, like yourself, Zod. Through you,
The
I've met
Snyderverse.
Yeah, through you, I've met Johnny, and I've met Prime, and Dawson, Sil, Nicotina, Anthony, everyone, Ryan from Ziva Fett. I don't know what I could. I mean, my 2020 was just as bad as many people, but if I didn't have like you guys around to sort of bring me more into a world that I was much happy to be in compared to the fandom menace, I don't know if I'd sort of fall back into that kind of bad place, really, where I was following that and embracing too much hate when I should have been trying to use self-love to achieve something like the release of the Snyder Cut. And it's great that it's not ended there. The ride is still going. I feel like we could all be friends for life if it carries on. I mean, I enjoy everyone's intellect. They have to share their opinions. Maybe some people have rubbed me off the wrong way, but a lot of those guys aren't here anymore, and you still are, Zod and Johnny and Dawson.
Yeah. Well, we'll always be here, and me and Sonia are going to be back here on Thursday with another late night chat. But I'm going to have to go and end the stream right now because I've got some things to do. But I will talk to you guys later. Thank you, everybody in the chat, for participating in tonight's show. It was a great show.
All right. Thanks, Zod.
You're welcome. And Johnny, thanks again, man, for always being here, bro.
Oh, you know it, dog.